Conference Committee reports on House files.
Conference Committee report on House File number 5237, an act relating to education. The report is addressed to the Honorable Melissa Hortman, Speaker of the House, the Honorable Bobby Joe Champion, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees for House File number 5237, report we have agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by 4 of the 5 members on the part of the House and 4 of the 5 members on the part of the Senate. Youakim moves that the report of the Conference Committee on House File number 5237 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good evening, members. Before you is, or good afternoon, before you is the Education Conference Committee report. The bill reflects the hard work of our Education Conference Committee. I would like to thank our conferees here in the House, Vice Chair Clardy, Representative Kresha, Representative Edelson, Representative Sensimura. I'd also like to thank the Senate conferees, Chair Kunesh, Representative Gustafson, Representative McQuaid, Swedinsky, and Bolden, or Senator, I should say. I would also like to thank nonpartisan staff from the House and Senate, the Revisor's Office and the committee pages, and of course, our incredible House CAs and CLAs and researchers, also those that we got to know very well in the Senate. It took a village to put this conference committee report together, and that village got bigger as we pulled in the children and families provisions that had been negotiated in the Health and Human Services bill. Chair Pinto is going to go over those provisions that you will see in Articles 12 and 20 through 22. I will go over the provisions in Articles 1 through 11 that have changed since the Education Finance Bill moved off the House floor. Members, in Article 1 through 11, you will see almost the entire House bill that left our floor with some additions from the Senate that made it even better. The one House provision that was not included in Conference Committee was Representative Hicks' provision that she brought forward to take a comprehensive look at special education and how our schools are meeting the needs of our students. But Representative Hicks and a few of our other members will continue that work with stakeholders over the interim. There are a few updates to the provisions that were in the House bill. The updated READ Act language reflects the final agreement reached with Representative Edelson and Senator McQuaid, and more importantly, with all the education stakeholders and literacy groups. This includes sending about $31 million in teacher training stipends and a formula directly to school districts. This is the same approach we took with the $35 million we pulled forward from last year's curriculum funds that are now going directly to school districts. In a formula with both formulas with more flexibility on how school districts can spend that money. And members, there are runs on your desk, or will be on your desk, showing you each what your districts will get. You just have to add the 2 columns together. And these funds will go out without districts having to apply for them, which makes it even easier. Our paid student teaching pilot program funding was reduced a bit, lowering the average stipend amount to roughly just shy of $7,000 per student teacher. And we were able to add the prep teacher program at Augsburg College, increasing to the total of 8 campuses that will reach just shy of 50% of our student teachers. We shifted funds to increase the student attendance pilot program from $3.34 million to $4.687 million in one-time funding available for 3 years, and we added Rochester, Cook County, and Sauk Rapids Rice school districts. That brings our total to 12 school districts and just under $90,000 students statewide. This data should really be healthy and wealthy, with 10% of our student population being represented. The funds also provided increased administration funding for MDE for data analysis around attendance. The grant funding for Promise Fellows and Minnesota Youth Council is still in there, but it was just shaved a bit. PTech actually did a little bit better with the grant funding modified, so their appropriation does not phase out entirely. There were technical amendments from MTE to the paraprofessional qualification language, as well as technical changes to MDE and DHS medical assistant third-party billing. MDE also suggested some technical amendments to the House OIG Office of Inspector General provisions, and I made sure Representative West knows that the Inspector General now has all the tools he needs to do his job. And Senate statewide health standards had some technical provisions. There was a stakeholder agreement to bring in modifying language, ensuring hourly school workers are paid on all unscheduled school closures to account for unique circumstances in fee-based school age care programs. But that's with money districts are already being paid and would retain if those people were working or not. There were a few Senate-only provisions that were included in the conference committee report. $1 million one-time funding to aspiring teachers of color scholarship program, which was also a House bill. $250,000 in one-time funding to the St. Cloud School District for an EMS facility suitable for coursework in EMS for high school students. That was also a House provision bill. $150,000 for a teacher paraprofessional compensation working group. $130,000 in one-time funding for a state school librarian, which the ongoing funding will come from the library aid that we had last year. $64,000 for a task force to look at permanent school funds. There is $40,000 in one-time funding from a Representative Newton bill, equivalent to funding school districts and charter schools to tribal schools. We recaptured $840,000 of unused funding from a 2024 appropriation that was in the tax bill. And the Senate had pulled over the education-related provisions in the public finance bill that the House carried in the House tax bill. So we all saw that in taxes. There were a few no-cost provisions that came into conference committee that were brought to our attention, agreed upon by both the House and the Senate and MDE. In last year's bill on the Indigenous Education for All language, there was a needs assessment that was done to see what the tribal leaders needed to help develop supplemental material. And we're just asking MDE to do an additional needs assessment. There were technical amendments from MDE to transfer some computer science, to do some computer science language changes, and then also to transfer some money. That was one of our bills. There was a repeal from an obsolete report that had been in the state government bill. And then members, there's also language in the state government bill that I know we all talked about when the education policy bill came off the floor. There had been concerns about school districts that lost their local paper and how much it would cost them to send out letters to everybody through the mail. And we had carved out those four school districts or 5 in the education policy bill. Well, we added some language that came from the state government bill, and this provision allows the school district, when their newspaper of record closes, that they can publish their proceedings on their school district website until about August 1st, 2026, gives us time to really look at it. And then we also added in there that they must also send those, the notices that they have to publish to their local public libraries in case people don't have access to the web. They'll be posted at the public library. So in closing, members, what you have before you is the entire House bill that passed off the House floor, minus one provision, a few monetary adjustments, and some minor technical corrections. This bill has also been enhanced by a handful of provisions that came over from our Senate colleagues. And with that, members, I will turn it over to Chair Pinto to go over the additions that came from the Children's and Families Committee.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So members, you'll recall a couple weeks ago, we passed House File 2476, which was the Children and Families Budget and Policy Bill. The Senate did not pass the companion to that bill. Senate's going to Senate. They sent their provisions over in a different way, and so this is why the provisions are coming back in this conference committee, because there wasn't a way to have it come back, unfortunately, by the bill. The good news, however, members, is that as good a bill has left the House chamber, it's even better coming back. So you'll recall that the bill that we sent over improved our child protection system, addressed food insecurity and homelessness, strengthened our child care and early learning system, and got our next new state agency, Department of Children, Youth, and Families, the strong foundation it's going to need. We were enhanced in every one of those areas. The bill now contains the Minnesota Indian Family Preservation Act, sort of step 2 on that, authored by Representative Becker-Finn. A provision to prohibit discrimination against parents with disabilities from Representative Hicks. A provision to require an out-of-home placement plan when a child is being placed out of their home. We want to make sure that parents know what their rights are from Representative Hassan. And some money adjustments, a little bit less on homelessness, but a little bit more for food banks. There's some grants for child care facilities, making sure that, that our family child care providers and child care centers have what they need to meet licensing requirements and be strengthened there. That's a program that's very successful for a couple years. We're going to be able to continue it. And then a number of policies advanced by by our state agencies that were not in the bill as they left, but had received affirmative positive votes in committee, and were able to take those back. Members, that I think basically describes it. I will say that we had a very good bill, as I say, that left. It's even better coming back, and I'm so pleased that in doing that, we're able to have a broader approach of getting young people off to a great start and making sure that families and everybody in our state receives the support that they need to be successful, to receive the shelter, to receive the food, and to be in a place to thrive, because that benefits every one of us. So I think you're going to be very pleased by the bill, by the conference report. Look forward to its approval. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion. The member from Pine, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And to Chair Pinto and Chair Youakim, I just want to thank you for the introduction of this bill. And I want to thank you for, overall, there's been a fairly transparent operation to this committee report. Some of them, or the committees, conference committee, not all of them have been run this smoothly. And I do want to thank you for that. And as has been brought up, there's a provision in this bill that, had left under health, and, the Senate did not have similar language or not in the same area. And, this is, come into the education bill now. And, unfortunately, we really don't feel like we had a whole lot of a voice. The health committee didn't meet, and it wasn't there, and it ended up not being there. In the end, it ended up being, the children and families portion ended up being put into this education bill. And it was the last conference committee meeting. There were several of these new proposals were put in. They were adopted. It was the children and families portion of that. And so now here we are today. I thank Chair Pinto. You were gracious and went through kind of a high overview with myself and a couple others of bringing those in, and thank you for that. And while it would have been nice to have an individual on the conference committee, I know that doesn't always work out. And I do appreciate the open conversation that we've had, and I've really grown to appreciate the Children Families Committee. It was something that when I was first assigned to it, it wasn't one that I was asked to be on, but I've grown to and enjoy that. And I've worked quite a lot on the SSIS, and really trying to get that updated. There is some increased funding in this for that, and I thank you for working on that. And in the recent days, we've been shown also that the transparency is really important. And we've expanded this education bill quite a lot. And while I think many of the provisions are good in it, I would make a motion to not adopt the conference report, and I ask for a roll call.
Representative Nelson moves to refuse to adopt the conference committee report, requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. On the motion to refuse to adopt, Representative Nelson.
I thank you for that, and I ask for a green vote.
Discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. Will the clerk please call the name of the member who's voting remotely?
Carol.
Carol, no.
Carol, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. We are on the motion to concur. Any further discussion in the adoption? I'm sorry, I keep saying motion to concur when it's actually the motion to adopt the conference committee report. The member from Sherburne, Representative Lawrence.
Madam Chair, good afternoon. Madam Speaker, good afternoon. Members, I've shared many times, about 23 days in, but I feel real honored today because although these two committees got to combine a lot of the the results, I got to sit on both of them. And so what a neat experience for me to be able to learn on both sides, not only education and finance, but also children and families. And I feel very, very grateful to have that opportunity. And although I just got an insight, because I think total I got to attend 5 conference committees. So it wasn't a lot, but it gave me a little bit of insight on the workings of how our committees operate, the process that they go through, and the information, the challenges that we have, as well as the testimony that we got to hear. So thank you for that opportunity, and I'm grateful that I was assigned to both committees and now I'll be able to stand here and speak on behalf of the body and address some of the things that I see and that I observe. And I shared this in our Educational and Finance Committee when I had a chance to speak on one of the subjects. And I'm just going to share a couple things that I know. And I think most everyone in this room is going to agree with the first part of my comments. Maybe not all the comments, but maybe the first part of it. But this is one thing that I do know. I know that we've got great teachers. And in education and finance, teachers are talked about a lot. A lot come in to testify, but we've got great teachers in the state of Minnesota. We had superintendents come. We got some excellent superintendents that manage our school districts and take care of our school districts out there. We have dedicated school board members. And I mean that seriously. We've got school board members that are concerned about their districts. They're intentional when they're dealing with their finances, with their setting policies for their districts, when they're dealing with concerns from parents and residents in their district. We have some extremely dedicated school board members in the state of Minnesota. And then we've got committed parents. And I speak on behalf of parents today, especially because they have families, which is part of the bill that we get to discuss today. They got children that they're raising. They're involved in a community, and they get to be involved in the educational system. And they're committed to not only striving for the best of their children that are learning, that are part of the educational system, but in doing so, they commit to the whole process as well, and the benefit of not only their children, but children's friends. They commit by attending sporting events, sponsoring, helping out with different activities that are going on. Some get a chance to volunteer in classrooms as well. And so to understand that we've got great teachers, we've got excellent superintendents, we've got dedicated school board members, and we have committed parents, all dedicated to the betterment of our children in our state, in our educational system as well. Couple things that I can speak from experience and from my district as well is that local involvement are extremely important. And that's why I mentioned those 4 groups of people, because they are on the local level. They're the ones that deal with the repercussions of what happens here in St. Paul, the decisions we make, the financing that we provide, the policy that we set, that they have to implement, deal with, figure out how to make it work. Those 4 individuals, those 4 groups of people. But there's no question that I heard more than once, and even from my own district I speak, is local control is essential. Mandates, and I'm not going to put a number on it, and many numbers have been talked about the number of mandates that were passed or have been passed, but mandates in and of themselves, although they might have a good fundamental goal or direction, they remove local innovation. And that's one thing that concerns me, is mandates take away the innovation of those 4 groups of people who know the students, who know the community, who know the educational system that's working within their school walls, within their area. In addition to that, and this I think we all hear a lot about, and I know was brought in testimony, is unfunded mandates hurt our educational system. And I don't think there's one district in here that we represent that wouldn't agree with that, is the unfunded mandates are a challenge to our educational system. It stresses the budgets. They have to rebudget, figure out where the money's going to come from. Many times it results in cutting local programs and possibly staff, which do not benefit our students.
Representative Lawrence, if you can relate your comments to the adoption of the conference committee report. Representative Lawrence.
I will. Madam Speaker, thank you. Thank you. So I needed to preface so you knew where I was coming from. In the conference report, although there's a lot of dollars that are talked about in that conference report, and even some dollars do go directly to our district, and they wind up going direct, and it was testified directly to the district, I believe it falls short. As far as the conference committee, I think it really falls short. A lot of those dollars wind up in creating some new government I'm going to say bureaucracies, or different government programs that the money does not get down there. It winds up in a lot of nonprofits, which as a new member, I found surprising, is that the number of nonprofits that receive direct dollars, that it doesn't get to the individuals, doesn't get to our school districts, doesn't get to the parents, doesn't get to the teachers, doesn't get to the school board members, doesn't get to the superintendents, and is used for good. And so it's one of those things that our schools need to have that funding. And so as you look at these bills, as we look at some of the things that was married together within the children and families and into the educational finance bills, I think it does fall short on those factors. Is one, the money getting down to the local control, where there's innovation, where there's people that are dedicated on that level, as well as the mandates that are challenging them to try to implement on the time level. And so I am not going to vote in favor of the of adopting it as is. I'm grateful for the experience I had over the last few days to be a part of those two committees, and I look forward to continue to be a partner and able to serve. But at this point in time, I would encourage a no vote as far as we move ahead. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I said this before when this bill came up before, but thank you for the work on it. Appreciate it, working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. And just like when I spoke earlier this week on the education policy bill, same thing goes. There are good elements in this bill, but I would like to ask members to vote against moving this forward, send it back to committee, and if I could say so, just for the factor of what it does not do for one of the largest crisis issues in our state. And I talked about this on Monday, but I'm going to talk about it again because it is huge, and it's the crisis in the ability of our students to be able to read in this state. We have less than half of our kids who are able to read. We have funding for the READ Act in this bill, but it seems to keep dwindling away because it sure started a lot higher at the beginning of session, and now we're down to a little over $31 million, with $1 million of that, by the way, being taken out from what should go to our classrooms and our schools to train teachers, to purchase curriculum and all the needs that are there to get the science of reading into our schools and into reading programs, takes $1 million of that small 31 million and puts it to, I need to find the spot here, a culturally and linguistically responsive review and assessment of reading materials. Now that sounds really good on the surface, but I'll tell you what that is. That review is a grenade that is going to gut this READ Act. It's going to gut the innovation that we can hopefully send to our schools to get the science of reading in our schools. Because what's going to happen is we're going to take perfectly well-written curriculum that's been proven to work, science of reading, all the things that should be in it, and we're going to have a review committee that says, there are too many white authors, too many white illustrators. If something's overtly racist, of course it shouldn't be in there, but I would about guarantee that that's not in any of the curriculums that are currently an option for our schools. So members, just that portion is going to destroy the effort that we're making as a legislature to make sure that our kids, every one of them, has the opportunity to read. Priorities matter. In this bill, we're diverting funds that should go to the crisis of half of our students not being able to read and sends it to over $500,000 to develop health standards that we don't need. Our local schools and school boards are quite capable of handling that on their own, thank you. We found $50 million for the governor's VPK expansion, voluntary pre-K, for those who don't know what that stands for. So we're going to funnel kids into our schools when our programs are currently not teaching them to read adequately, when we need to focus on getting those programs and that instruction corrected so that our students can learn to read. The READ Act is underfunded and it's overregulated. Last year, we sent 65 torpedoes in the form of mandates to our schools. They're swimming under those mandates, trying to figure out how to get those enacted when they should be focused on reading and reading and reading. On Monday, I repeated a quote that says, "Readers are leaders." I'm going to also say that reading, the ability to read, is opportunity. We talked a lot about rights just previously on the bill we were on. Well, I'd say it's a right of every student in this state to have the opportunity to read well. Right now, only half of our students are able to do that. I want all of our students to have the opportunity to be a leader in this state one day, not just half of them. That's not fair and that's not right. All kids deserve to read well. All kids deserve that opportunity. All kids deserve the opportunity to be a leader in this state, to sit in one of these desks one day. Well, you know what? If we can't read bills, if we can't read and understand, we can't be legislators. Well, neither can our children. Madam Speaker and members, I would like to see this sent back to committee, focus funding on the priority that really matters, and that's getting our kids to read. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to begin by thanking Chair Youakim and Vice Chair Clardy and the staff that's in the back in the alcoves. So fantastic work from the staff back there. And we had robust and at times heated debates during the Education Finance Committee, but I think for the most part, we were centered on what was going to be best for kids. Different perspective oftentimes, but good discussions. I think there are some good provisions that are going to benefit our schools within this bill. The funding, although it's underfunded, but the funding for the READ Act is going to be able to be used to get our teachers paid. So I think that's a positive piece. The pilot for student teachers, I think that is something that we need to continue to dialogue. So I think this pilot is a healthy way to address the workforce issues within education. And then I would be remiss if I didn't thank Rep. Keeler for her work on the attendance pilot, and I look forward to that work to be able to address the attendance and truancy crisis that we have across Minnesota. It's not just a metro issue, it is a statewide issue, and we really need to dig in and address and find good solutions to address the issue, not just try to solve a problem, but really study it and figure it out. So thank you to Rep. Keeler for that. I think if I had to sum up a theme within this bill, and the reason I'll be voting no, unfortunately, is we're continuing with more mandates, although there's not 65 in this bill, thankfully, but we're continuing in this body to tell local school districts how to run their districts. And that's just that's not wise in my opinion. And then we're continuing to grow bureaucracy and not allow that local innovation to really take off. When I was, after session was done, and if I would talk with different groups, over and over and over what I heard, it had to do with mandates. We need mandate relief. We didn't do that in the policy or the finance bill. And then the other thing I heard is we need funding and flexibility. Over and over and over again. We need funding and flexibility. Well, unfortunately, what we've done in this bill is, yes, we've addressed partially the READ Act, but we took $1 million of the $31 million allocation, and we are giving it to a third party to review culturally and linguistically appropriate materials. Now, we should do that, but our school districts have processes in place to be able to do that. We don't need a third party to come in and tell us how to do that. That is more money to grow government, more money out of the classroom that will not allow us to implement the READ Act with fidelity. The statewide health standards, we're going to use about $627,000. Now that seems like a little bit of money, but we're going to use that to do rulemaking to come up with standards. Again, decisions furthest away from the people that are actually doing it, and then we're giving more money to the department, we're growing the department, and we're not funding schools. The Promise Fellows, they do great work, but when our local school districts are cutting budgets, we should not be giving money, any money, to nonprofit groups. We're done. We look at the growth of the Minnesota Department of Ed, the Department of Children and Families, the Department of Human Services. Last year, it was my understanding that when we created this new agency, that we would be eliminating positions in one agency because they're going to be doing work in the other agency. And the way that I read the bill is that we are backfilling all those positions from one agency when we stood up the Department of Children and Families. That would be like if I had a shared position between the middle school and the high school, that when that position shifts over to the high school, and I no longer have the need for that at the middle school, I just fill that position because we've always done that before. That makes no sense at all. That's $14 million. $14 million. And I think this is the smallest amount, but this is the one that just has me shaking my head. I literally, it makes absolutely no sense. So we are going to have a school state librarian. A school state librarian. I'm going to be honest, I don't have a librarian in my own building. But we're going to have a statewide position at the department, and then the aide, and this is the part that really is infuriating to me, the aide for each school district or charter school under subdivision 1 must be reduced proportionately. So we are cutting money. We are cutting money going to local school districts so we can add a position at the Department of Education. Think about that. Cutting money, going out to districts because we got to add another position to the department. And let's not forget, early in session, the department came in and testified, "God, we're still staffing up from last year." Maybe what we should have done, if this was so important, is just say, agency, you absorb that money. We've heard that a lot. So this is misplaced priorities. Misplaced priorities. We are taking money from districts that's already out the door and allocated. And we're going to grow government. You know, a number of us have been meeting with our districts, and one of the pieces of feedback that we heard over and over again is, "God, I just don't know what happened last year. We had such good intentions. We just don't know what happened." You didn't listen. That's what it is. You did not listen to schools. I've said it over and over and over again on this floor. We do not have a clue how to manage local districts. Let's stop. Have some humility. And when you go back to your districts, if you vote for this bill, you are voting to grow bureaucracy. So I hope that people don't say, Well, I just didn't, we had such good intentions. Vote no.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Madam Speaker and members, I was looking at this bill, and we have two huge bills put together in this omnibus. And while I was not on the education, I was on children and families. But I look back to see what the reading scores were like when I would have had a third grader for my second born child. So I went back to 2006 and I just did a little history. Do you know what the reading scores were for Minnesota in 2006, just 17 years ago? I was surprised because I hear less than 50 right now all the time. So I wanted to know, because it's been a while. Even though I grew up with a middle school principal and educators my entire life, I thought, what was it like now that I've been away from school in those grades? 80% of our kids could read in 2006 in the state of Minnesota. And they were also proficient in math, and that's not according to Representative Zalesnikar, that's NPR News. 2006, in just 17 years, we are no longer a North Star state when we have 50% of our kids that are proficient. Let's be clear, if you can't read, you're at a huge disadvantage. If you can't read, you have a very limited pathway for any accelerated earnings that are going to come from higher education. Because opportunities aren't going to happen when you can't read. If you can't read, you can't follow the basic checklist that's going to be at any entry-level job. And let's be clear, if you can't read, every book is banned. Every single book in the library, even though we just funded a new State Department for librarians, it's really irrelevant because if a child can't read, the books are sitting on the shelf. Nobody's checking them out, but maybe the librarian, because they can't read, to enjoy the books. The reality is, where we spend the most money in education is not following where we're having great outcomes. And we know that because we have data to show us that. We've had a 32.6% decline in the ability to read at grade level in 17 years is no Minnesota miracle. And when I look at what's really disappointing to me is our governor is a teacher, and we are not seeing our scores improved. We had the opportunity, you're right, we had a historic surplus to make choices on how we're going to make sure we had local outcomes change. And it's not changing for local communities. It's not supporting teachers as educators in their communities, and the data shows it pretty clearly. On top of education, I'm really disappointed on the children and family because the reality is Greater Minnesota has always ran on family child care, and I've screamed and hollered that we have 50% of closures in family child care, and we have nothing in this bill that's going to have any substantial impact for family child care. When you travel to Ely, Minnesota, and you go to Grand Marais, and you go to these other communities, you're not going to see centers. We don't have the population. We have always depended on Greater Minnesota having family child care. And what do we have? Government just doing 100 more pages of regulations. Like, let's test the soil. That's a great idea for the backyard before you can play. That's what's in these family child care provisions. It's ridiculous. And I'm getting bombarded by it, and they're like, will somebody please stand up and say this is ridiculous? And it is ridiculous. It's absolutely insane. And we can't have jobs if we don't have family child care. And I'm also on the workforce committee. So for that reason, I cannot support this bill in that, and would ask to send it back, because things that really matter to Minnesota are education and being able to read and having family child care. And it's not in there. And the reality is local control lost. We didn't send the money to the classrooms. We grew the Minnesota Department of Education by 23%, and educators were told we had historic investment. And we did, to the state of Minnesota down in St. Paul. That's where historic came, to the state of Minnesota. Where funding is not adequate back in the classrooms, and we're seeing it, because now we have historic cuts at districts across the state. Just pull your local newspapers. And when you're not here soon, you're gonna have people calling you, because my districts are calling me. Because we chose to fund at 4% and 2%, and we could have funded at 5% and 5%, and we didn't do it. And now we got exactly about the same amount of money gap that we could have gave them in district cuts across the state of Minnesota. So we have great educators, been around in my entire life. It's not the educators' problem, it's not their fault. We should be funding our classrooms, we should be funding our child cares back in our local community, and we chose to grow government at the Minnesota Department of Education down here in St. Paul by 23%, and we chose to add a brand new department, Children and Families, for millions. Like I think 23 million in 2023 and 9 million in 2024. So you're right, we had the money. But the other side of the aisle made different choices, and we're gonna live with the repercussions. And members, for that reason, I will not support and urge you to not support and to send this back. Thank you.
The member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'm just going to speak briefly to the Children and Families portion of the bill. And first of all, take the opportunity that I missed when we debated that omnibus on the floor to just thank Chair Pinto, Vice Chair Keeler, all of our legislative staff, and in particular Lee Daniels on our side, who due to health concerns was unable to stay in the fight all the way to the end. But we had some vigorous conversations over the course of this term and certainly over the course of this year. And I don't want to completely relitigate everything that was discussed. The debate has been had, but I will just summarize what the minority's concerns are with the Children and Families portion of this bill. And that is misplaced priorities. It occurs to me that the primary beneficiaries of the Children and Families portion of this bill are going to be folks who work in and around this Capitol complex. It's the growth of state agencies, standing up an entire new department, the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, spending all our money on that, not addressing the technical issues that we have with a system that goes back to the 90s that counties depend upon in order to provide services to end users, to families. And, frankly, not delivering on the big promises that were made prior to this session. Again, I defer to the wonderful sales pitch, and it was a wonderful sales pitch that was offered for capping child care expenses in households at 7% of household income. Sell me a Ferrari, right? I mean, you give me the features and benefits of the product. If the price is zero, then I'll probably take it, but that's not the cost. And in fact, the cost proved to be so exorbitant that it is not included in this bill. And frankly, I think given the fiscal challenges that we know are coming in this state, we've been warned about it, I doubt that we're going to be able to deliver on that promise anytime soon. And so I'll be voting no on this motion to adopt and voting no once again on the underlying bill. This is not the direction that we ought to be going in order to provide for the needs of children and families, much to my regret, but I do appreciate the committee experience. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. I appreciate the motion Representative Nelson made to send this back to the conference committee. And this is something that, going into this session, especially being a first-term legislator, having that $19 billion surplus and knowing the trouble that our schools were in, even though being in the minority, I really thought, well, good, we're finally going to fund our schools. We're finally going to fix the problems that we hear over and over, that we need to fully fund the schools. $19 billion surplus, $19 billion surplus, and Minnesota knows it. It is just such a political scam, what they did to our schools in what they said is record amount of funding to our schools, $2.2 billion in 2023. And you saw the papers, the Minnesota media just fell in line with those headlines and tried to give all those kudos to Governor Walz and to the majority party. Record funding to our Minnesota schools, $2.2 billion, and that is true. That did happen, record funding. So how, 1 year later, are our schools in such a terrible situation? And members, this is not an opinion. This is not an opinion. This is a fact across the board. School district after school district after school district that is looking for cutting teachers. They're going to be bringing up referendums. They're going back to the local taxpayers. So Minnesota, this was completely misplaced priorities by the majority party, by the education committee, and it truly is a farce. And Minnesotans know this. They cannot claim we cannot fix 20 years of underfunding education in one session. Well, yes, you absolutely could have. You absolutely could have with a $19 billion surplus. And guess what? Minnesotans do not believe you, majority party. Not only that, but the last time I spoke on this floor about education, I got a text from a school board member who thanked me for fighting for schools, and guess what? He campaigned against me in 2022. I also got a message this week from teachers who are Democrats who said, we need to talk to you. We are unable to teach in our schools. The discipline problem is out of control. Superintendents who are calling me, who are saying that they're looking at the 1 and 2 year outlook. It's bleak, Minnesota. It's really bleak for our schools. And it's going to come back to the local government. It's going to come back to our taxes. We could fix this, but instead in 2023, with the trifecta, with the majority party having all parts of the Minnesota government, they chose their woke agenda. They chose their members' priorities and bills that they had on shelves for years and years and years, and they forced them through the state legislation, 65 new mandates, forced on our schools. This wasn't about funding schools. This was about a woke agenda with no guardrails, no balance, no accountability. It was really, I mean, it was amazing to watch, but it was disgusting. So it's unfortunate that our schools are paying for this, and they will be for years. But the one thing that I see is finally Minnesotans are waking up. They're waking up to the agenda, to the radical woke agenda that's being forced on our kids in our schools. They're waking up that this is not a Minnesota First agenda. This is not about teaching our children. We spend more money per student now than we ever have, with lower results, with dismal results. With the READ Act coming out, I also had a text message from someone in my district, a school board member, that said they are going to have to, their children are going to have 9 less in-school days next year because of how this program was set up for the READ Act, that the teachers are going to be getting trained. 9 less days. So when our students are not able to read, how this was set up is our students are going to be in school less because the funding is not there. It didn't have to be this way, folks. $19 billion surplus, $19 billion surplus that was granted to the majority party at the beginning of the 2023 session. They could have done anything that they wanted to do with that. Anything. They could have fixed our schools' problems. And it's quite clear to Minnesota that their priorities were not for schools, not for public education. Members, send this back to the conference committee and let's send a clear message to Minnesota that we do care about education, our school boards, our superintendents, our local governments, and most importantly, our kids, our students, who deserve so much better than what they're getting here in Minnesota from this administration, the trifecta. Send this back to the conference committee.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hewitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I am looking forward to passing this adoption of this. Chair Youakim, you have been so passionate about one of my passionate issues, EMS. And the thing about your program that you're talking about today is great because it actually goes to greater Minnesota. That we need this. These are low-hanging fruit. We get in our high schools with EMT programs, and we get great amount of graduates. So thank you for that, and thank you real quickly for, we found out this year that the AEDs in schools don't have policies. Fire extinguishers have policies, but there's no policy in the schools, and we got that in the bill too. It's optional for school districts to do it, but thank you for that. So as we push forward on EMS, please vote for the bill.
I recognize the member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Members, I am rising to ask us to refuse to adopt the conference committee report. I am particularly troubled with a provision in the bill that is on lines starting on lines 218.23, exemptions from immunizations. Members, this is a very discriminatory policy. It allows for a child care center and a family child care provider to adopt a policy prohibiting a child over 2 months of age from enrolling or remaining enrolled in the child care center or family child care program. It strikes out our current exemptions that passed with bipartisan support years ago. Exemptions from Minnesota. So it strikes out if a person is at least 7 years old and has not been immunized against pertussis, the person must not be required to be immunized against pertussis. It crosses off if, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong, those are allowed. It crosses off. This is the one it crosses. It eliminates completely if a notarized statement signed by a minor's child, parent, or guardian, or by the emancipated person is submitted to the administrator or the other person having general control and supervision of the school or child care facility, stating that the person has not been immunized as prescribed in subdivision 1 because of the conscientiously held beliefs of the parent or guardian of the minor child or of the emancipated person. The immunization specified in the statement shall not be required. Under this bill, totally eliminates the conscientious objection, but it does leave the medical exemption. So if you have a signed statement from a physician, you'd be okay. However, something lies wrong with that one, because very, very, very few physicians will ever write a statement for a parent for medical reasons. And you know why that is? Do you know why that is? Because they are not allowed to. Because quote unquote vaccine injuries do not exist. That's what Big Pharma tells us. That's what Democrats tell us. That's what the media tells us or has been telling us until recently. Members, this is extremely disturbing. It's disgusting. It makes me upset. conscientiously held objections to a pharmaceutical product in order to attend childcare, you're saying that childcare provider can now discriminate against that family for a conscientiously held belief, which is guaranteed under our First Amendment. This is an anti-woman provision. How many women right now are looking for childcare? Coercion is not consent. It is anti-choice. This provision also only had one hearing on March 19th in the House, and it was placed on the General Register on March 25th. It had one hearing February 15th in the Senate and then was laid over. And then, magically, it shows up in a conference committee report. Don't you just love that? Don't you love when things are done in the dark of night around here, behind closed doors, without opposing viewpoints? Just locking up the conference committee reports behind closed doors, and then magically there's the conference committee report. It's there. We're ready. We're ready to have our fake conference committee meeting, and then we're going to bring it to the floor. Members, this alone is extremely troubling. It's absolutely terrible. In 1986, the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program was created under President Reagan. And do you know why that compensation program was created? It was because the pharmaceuticals, at that time the vaccines, were creating so many injuries that it went to the pharmaceutical companies went to the government because they were going broke. And so this entire program was set up as a no-fault alternative to the traditional legal system. It doesn't work. It needs to be repealed because pharma is held not liable for any vaccine injury. And how do we know vaccine injuries are real? Well, I believe mothers, okay? Infants and toddlers are unable to communicate when something is wrong, when something hurts them. Parents know. I trust moms. I trust dads. There is a 75-cent excise tax on each dose of childhood vaccines. That 75 cents goes into the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. Now, currently, the COVID vaccine is not on the schedule. So currently, in Minnesota, a provider would not be able to discriminate against a family for their child not being vaccinated against the COVID vaccine. But also, hardly anyone in this country is being vaccinated against COVID anymore. And in the news, most recently, Chris Cuomo of CNN did a whole news show on vaccine injury from the COVID vaccines. He himself was injured from the COVID vaccine. I know that there's a member or two, maybe 3 or 4, that have children who are allergic to vaccines. But apparently, based on this vote, you may be okay with saying, I don't care about your child. Because I only care about my child. It's wrong. It's discrimination. 40% of all FDA-approved pharmaceuticals are recalled according to the U.S. Department of Health, except vaccines. And due to our own policies in this state bribing families under COVID We have children in this state and in this country that are suffering from myocarditis, and there is zero government help for them. The pharmaceutical companies are not held liable for those injuries. So members, I ask you to not adopt the conference committee report.
The member from, we'll move to the member from Hennepin, Representative Edelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to ask you to vote yes on this adopting the committee report. And, you know, as I was hearing what people were saying, bleak, woke agenda, I was like, wait, is this the same? You guys got the same bill? I'm not sure. Seems a little confusing over here because I don't think funding our schools is bleak or woke. It's really honestly sad when I think about how we talk about education and what we have done. There's hardly any mandates in this bill before you. It's actually a great bill. And what it does, Representative Bakeberg, you said flexibility and finding flexibility. And Representative Bakeberg, I just have to say, I really like you. You're awesome. You really are. I'm really happy to serve on the committee with you. But we listened. We found flexibility. Exactly the spreadsheet that I know that you all have before you. I'm pretty sure your districts want this money. The READ Act money is going directly to districts. I know that there's been some not nice things said about the READ Act, but I'll tell you, it wasn't me, myself, that wrote this bill. It was in conjunction, in collaboration with superintendents from some of your schools, actually, with principals, with teachers. Jeff Brand, actually, Representative Brand, Mankato, is doing a really good job. Anoka Hennepin, Representative West, is doing a really good job. They are leading the way. They are asking for this money and they're asking for this change. Last year, we were looking at two different ideas in how we teach literacy in our schools. One was that kids just naturally learn how to read. And yes, you could look at scores from 10 years ago and say, well, kids were learning how to read, but they were basing those scores off of the MCAs. And the MCAs are actually a really poor indicator of how students are reading. They just are. Representative Bakeberg, are they? I'm pretty sure you're going to agree with me. Yep, they are. They are. Because overwhelmingly, anybody in education knows that you're also getting those MCAs at the end of the school year. You're not adopting changes and interventions with the MCAs. You're actually going to do that with FastBridge. You're doing that with Dibble, which you know who brought that to you? This woke Democrat over here, right? And so I think we should stop name calling and say this was a collaboration. I'm pretty sure our teachers and the superintendents that worked on the READ Act are not woke. They were not thinking of bleak agenda. And really, this is injecting hope into our schools. It is all of us working together, Democrats and Republicans, to say that we care about literacy. And also, I just want to say that culturally responsive, having a consultant work on making sure that our materials are reflective of our diverse state, there's nothing wrong with that. You know what that is? As a therapist, I can tell you, it's actually really good for kids to see themselves reflected in the materials they read. It helps with our kids right now having a mental health crisis to say, hey, you know what, that kid looks just like me and that kid's doing okay. So I just want to thank you, Chair Youakim, for investing in our schools, for being courageous, and for not actually providing a lot of mandates, for listening and providing flexibility, and that's what we have in this bill. I know all of the districts all throughout the state, contrary to what you're hearing right now on the floor from the other side, are going to be very happy with this bill. Thank you.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And as I've been sitting here the last days, it strikes me that as I near my retirement, that a lot of the things that I've been saying over the years, people aren't going to pay much attention to anymore. And the speeches that I give, that I practice, only my dog Buster will pay attention anymore after I leave here. And so I do want to repeat some things that I've said in the past. It's kind of like Erdahl Golden Oldies. And this one repeating a mantra that I've had about education, about teachers. We need to pay our teachers better. We had a chance in the last session. There was, I think, money to put more than we did on salaries. Certainly doing something about their pensions, which are the worst, if not close to the worst, in the country. I talked over the years about more support for teachers. I emphasized mentoring, and we did create a program for mentoring in the state of Minnesota. Talked about preparing our teachers better. I once had a conversation with Pasi Salzberg, the architect of the Finnish education system, which is considered the greatest education system in the world. And I said to him, so to what do you credit your success? And he said, teachers, teachers, teachers. All of them have to have a master's degree in their content area, and that's something that I did manage to get through. And all of them have 1 year long paid student teaching. And that's what I'm getting to today that I do appreciate is in this bill. Representative Norris and I both had bills dealing with providing some type of compensation for our student teachers. And a pilot program is included in this, and I think that's a positive thing. So once again, as we look to the future, let us continue to attempt to pay teachers better, to support them better, and to prepare them better. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a good time to talk a little bit more about hearing from teachers, hearing from parents. I recently sent out a survey to my school districts, which I share with several of you across the aisle. And I got 500 responses back. And some of those responses were, give schools more autonomy to use the dollars effectively instead of constraining us. Have less rules around how we spend the money. Legislators need to spend time in buildings talking with teachers, paras, and administrators. More funding for schools to add teachers to reduce class sizes, which I will give a personal example of that here shortly. Ask us. These are from teachers that are teaching our kids. They're teaching my kids. Fund all the mandates. You should meet with us, listen to us, involve us in your decisions. Spend a day or a week shadowing a teacher. Seems like a novel concept. I had a bill for that. Probably should have looked at it. One thing I do want to say is, Chair Pinto, thank you for including some of the funding for food insecurity. I do appreciate that. It's something important to me. But I think these survey results, I think what we're seeing is that there is some consistency that we're not listening, we're not learning. I'm going to take my legislative hat off and talk to you as a parent of my kindergarten Laurel, my fourth grader Fiona. And, we just got news this past week of how we're going to have to be letting teachers go. And so now my kids are going to be stuck in a classroom with 35 plus students, if not more. And when I speak to the superintendents, and again, these are superintendents that we share, they say this is the tip of the iceberg. And why is that? Because we're not listening. However much I like the money that's in these, the READ Act, and I'm thankful for it. One of my schools, $400,000, another one of my schools, $450,000, which is a lot of money. But you know what? I wish this was the printout from last year that didn't have the mandates that would have given one of my schools $5.2 million more dollars, another one that would have gotten $7.7 million more dollars. They could have hired more teachers, could have kept class sizes smaller. We could have had a real impact in our education system. Well, we did last year, and it was not good. I'm asking members, some of you are parents, some of you are teachers. Let's support our kids, let's support our schools, and I would vote no on this.
The member from Cass, Representative Knudsen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just wanted to touch on, well, thank you, colleagues, for highlighting some very good reasons to not adopt this conference committee report. I just want to touch on a couple things, and with an overlying theme of taking control away from parents and school boards and the people closest to the children that we're supposedly trying to help through this bill. The state health standards, that one really bothers me, because what the needs are in Minneapolis for the students in Minneapolis are different than what the children from Nevis, Minnesota, and LaPorte, Minnesota need. Those school boards, those parents, they know what their children need best. They are the closest to their children. Why are we saying that, no, you don't know, and now we're going to control this? We're going to micromanage everything you teach your children. No, they know best. And then that leads me right into it. I'm not on children and families, but this is a huge concern for me as well. Allowing child care centers the ability to discriminate against parents that choose to not vaccinate at all or to delay vaccinations. That is horrible. And then another personal story, but when I had my twins, they were born at 37 weeks. One of them was born not breathing. He was quickly revitalized. He came back and everything was fine, but that was terrifying for me. And shortly after that, they came in and they said, okay, they're ready for their first Hep B vaccination. And I was like, whoa, wait a minute. An hour ago, this little boy was not breathing. Let's give him a little bit of time and let's just hold off for a little bit. I wasn't at that time aware of how I felt about vaccines. I wasn't doing it because I don't believe in vaccines. My whole family is in the medical field. Everybody, my mom's a nurse, my dad's a nurse, my sister's a nurse. So I'm not opposed to vaccinations. I just thought that might have been a little early for my son, who wasn't breathing an hour ago. So I asked to delay that. My husband and I talked, and we just thought, you know what, let's wait. Let's wait on this, and let's just do some research, and let's just take it slower than what they're trying to do right now. Great. So they said, okay, well, maybe before he leaves the hospital then, we'll do this. And I was like, okay, well, we'll talk about it again later. When we were leaving the hospital, I still was like, something doesn't feel right. No, we're gonna wait. We got home and I started doing research, and I did a lot of research. And the more research I did, the more concerned I got, just because of the unknowns. When we were vaccinated, when I was vaccinated, there were like a fraction of the vaccinations that are recommended for our children right now. I'm sure most people in this chamber went through chickenpox, and we came out just fine, you know, a few days off of school and whatever. But my point is, we cannot mandate that parents can't get child care for their kids and be discriminated against because they have an opposition to this, because they don't want to vaccinate their child for every single vaccine that's recommended in the state of Minnesota. That's ridiculous. We already have a child care shortage in our state. And now to add this on, I'm not alone. There are many people like me that have chosen to delay or just not vaccinate at all. That's my right as a parent. I did that because I felt that was best for us. And like I said, I am not opposed to people that do want to vaccinate. Actually, this morning when we recessed, I was on a phone call with our family doctor, with my son, who was at the doctor's office, and we actually talked about vaccinations again today. Because now that they're older, maybe we will entertain doing 1 or 2 or 3 or however many we feel is right, but that's our decision. That shouldn't be mandated by anybody, and we most definitely shouldn't be denied childcare because we choose not to vaccinate our children. So for a lot of other reasons that I could talk about, I hope that we send this back to conference committee so we can iron some of these things out. Taking control away from parents and the people that know their children best, the people closest to those children, is the wrong direction, Minnesota. Send this back to conference committee and let's do it better. Thank you.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, I believe that we need to vote no on this adoption of the conference committee report. Granted, there's a few good things in this bill for our schools, but there's too many misplaced priorities. While our schools are struggling from all the 65 mandates from last year, granted we supposedly gave them a historic amount of money, but between the 65 plus mandates and the things in the labor bill that was passed last year, one of my schools received $6 million more, but that didn't cover the $12 million in new costs. Our schools, especially in greater Minnesota, are on the verge of collapse. Now we have a few more mandates again. Granted, we have more money for the READ Act, but most of those small schools in greater Minnesota, they're unable to use the READ Act money that we give them because of the restrictions on it, so it doesn't do any good. They get the money, it just sits there. They can't touch it. Just like the school lunch accounts, once the money's in there, it cannot be touched, except for the lunch program. Now we're taking money out of the classrooms again. And not only out of the classrooms, out of the teacher's pocket. Because we're taking money that we gave them last year to give up an office space and somebody to sit here in St. Paul. Taking away local control of the schools. You should be ashamed of yourselves. And then to find out this bill violates a law that was just signed this week into law in the Human Rights Bill. Absolutely ridiculous. I should use Representative New Brindley's word, but I won't use that this time. I'll let her use it. This bill reminds me of a meme I saw recently dealing with education. We're getting to be some of the worst educated students around, failing. Less than 50% can read, barely 50% can do math. And it's even worse for science. The meme was, basically, why would we educate our kids? If we educate them, they can overthrow us. We need to educate our kids. Without an education, we hurt them. We've always heard that education will get you out of poverty. but we're not educating our kids, we're indoctrinating them. We need to educate and challenge them to the best of their abilities. But bills like this don't do that. Bills like this, the only thing they do is hurt our kids. Send this back to conference committee.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Hicks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes for this bill. There are some amazing things in here for people with disabilities that I don't usually get to talk about outside of the Human Services bill. There's protections in here for parents with disabilities to make sure that they are not disproportionately affected because of their disability in child welfare. There's money in here for kinship in child welfare to ensure that kids who are placed with family during a child welfare experience have support. It's really hard. There's money in this bill to ensure that our child welfare process is working and to take a look at what might work better and to help us make informed decisions. And there's money in this bill to ensure that children who are immune compromised, who are going through cancer or have allergies or serious medical conditions that may make them need a medical exemption for vaccines can be in a space where they're protected because the other children are vaccinated. This bill is wonderful, and we did some great work in children and families, and Chair Youakim did amazing work in education. And as she stated, we're going to continue this special education work. We have to take a look at the formula, and we have to take a look at a way to create inclusion through that formula. We have to reward schools for inclusion and make it easier to do it so we can have an inclusive community. Inclusion starts when they're this big, and we keep them included into adulthood because we started when they were little. So this bill does that, both in early childhood and in K-12, and I'm so excited and proud of my colleagues who have done all of this work. So I encourage everyone to vote green.
The member from Pine, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm going to rise again and talk about that we really need to fund the SSIS. There is $10 million in there, which is great. I'm thankful for the little bit of increase from when it left the House. We were at about $9 million. With the federal match, that'll be about $20 million to work on this. But if you remember, the estimate came back in of needing somewhere between 80 and 100 million to really overhaul the system and really bring it up to where we need it to be. And, this is a part that when I got here 5 years ago in a special election, I kind of inherited a bill from Senator Rarick. And I drafted, it was drafted, I put my name on it, and I thought, well, I don't really even know what this is. But I've learned a lot about the SSIS system and what our counties are working with, and several of our tribes as well. And it's a piece of, I would call it critical infrastructure that is horribly outdated. And, even Chair Nord the other night when we were talking about this, his comment was, this has been ignored for far too long. And I really believe that with the $10 million we've got, it's a start, it's necessary, but we really need to be funding this at the level we need to replace it at. And I would urge that we look at that and find that dollar, find the funds to be able to do this, because this is something that it is so crucial to our social workers, to our counties, and really all the way down to our children and our families that this is affecting by not funding this fully. What I've been hearing from social workers, somebody will go in, start filling out a report, the computer crashes. Now, that can happen with anything. Probably most of you have written a paper in college and forgot to hit save or something like that. When it's our error, that's one thing, but when it's a system that's failing because of age, and maybe somebody's maybe a social worker is putting in some really detailed notes of what is happening, out of frustration, they try again. Maybe it's the Cliff Notes version this time. Well, then maybe someone else is looking at the case later and says, well, this isn't really that big of a deal. They read through the Cliff Notes. I don't see what the issue is. And so now we've shortchanged that child. You heard that. We've shortchanged that child. We have not given them the care that they need. I think, families are the best place, but there's times that families are in crisis, and maybe there is a time that there has to be some outside intervention. And when we can't have the detail and the reporting that is really crucial to this, we're not failing ourselves. Well, we are failing ourselves, I should say, but we're failing that child, we're failing that family, because we're not investing in the infrastructure around it. And I would really encourage, a no vote on this, and that we send it back and really try to find some funding somewhere to really get this to be where it needs to be. It's going to take some time to build this, but I think we need to dedicate that funding now and get it done so that we're not failing our families and our children in the future. Thank you.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. As I look through these bills, one thing is very clear. Both the education and the children and families portions of this bill increase bureaucracy while continuing to underfund actual needs. That's what both of these do, and I'll talk about just a couple of things. And you know what, actually, before I get into this funding stuff, I'll just say, it's been kind of an interesting discussion about the vaccine side of this when it comes to child care workers. I just want to point out, I just looked up the data, and in Minnesota, for kids up to 24 months, so this is the prime age group we're looking at of kids who need child care. Minnesota, this is vaccine uptake for children up to 24. Among white children, 76.3% of those children are vaccinated. Black children, 48.6% of those children are vaccinated. Hispanic, 67.4% of those children are vaccinated. So let's be very clear. When we're talking about discriminating against families being able to place their children in childcare, this disproportionately impacts Black and brown families. Let's be very clear about that. And the result of that is going to be one of two things: either coercion for these minority families who have chosen not to vaccinate, or discrimination in not allowing them to attend these child care centers. I'm not sure that's really what you intended, but that is absolutely the result of this piece of legislation right here. Frankly, vaccines are not my issue, but freedom is. And not discriminating is, but again, as we've discussed today, more equal for some than others. And in this case, more equal for white families than Black and brown families. So on this budget, and the theme that we see over and over and over again with our Democrat colleagues, we're going to increase bureaucracy, we're going to spend more money for state agencies, and we are going to continue to underfund and neglect actual needs in our communities. This one I love, $627,000 for statewide health standards. That's about 4 times what it usually costs to develop standards, education standards. 4 times. I don't know where we're coming up with these numbers, but that money could be going to kids instead. I love this one too, $130,000 per year in perpetuity. This is going to go into the tails. We now forevermore are going to have a new position at the Department of Education. A new state librarian. I cannot for the life of me even figure out why we would need this. My schools have a librarian. Thankfully, they haven't been forced to cut those yet. But I know they're on the chopping block because Democrats refuse to give our schools the money they need. Instead, they continue to fund the Department of Education or throw mandates at them that they have to pay for instead of choosing to pay for people like librarians and teachers and programs that actually help kids. It's pretty wild. And of course, the additional mandates that, again, cost more money. Especially, I mean, you look at this, paid leave for school closures mandated extended to non-instructional staff and program staff. That is literally a direct cost on schools that we are not giving them additional money for. It's a wonder our schools are coming to us and saying, what is going on? We can't afford this. We're cutting. We are continuing to cut programs because we don't have money. I can't wait to go home and tell them why they don't have money. And frankly, it's because the priorities of the Democrats are pretty screwed up down here. Let's talk about the children and families, because there's a lot of money going on here that is pretty wild. This one is my favorite. $14 million that's going to different departments, but it's out of this budget. $14 million to replace staff. Because if you'll remember correctly, last year when Democrats passed this bill, they literally wrote into law that these departments were not allowed to find efficiency. They were not allowed. In fact, they were forced to keep every single employee, even if it was duplicative. And now they're saying, oh yeah, but now we got to backfill all these things. We started new agencies, and we wrote into law that you couldn't find efficiencies, and what we said was going to happen is already happening. $14 million. And again, this is ongoing funding, folks. These people are not just going to be hired for this biennium, for the remainder of the biennium. This is ongoing funding. And may I remind you, we are already looking at a, quote, structural deficit, otherwise, or structural imbalance, otherwise known as a deficit. This is directly adding to the deficit that we are going to see in our next budget. Directly. Representative Nelson, thank you for being an advocate for the SSIS system. And like you said, this is absolutely critical infrastructure. We have done things in this body that are absolutely going to hurt children and make child welfare more difficult. We are going to make it more difficult to protect children in the state. That's what Democrats are doing right now. And we're doing that while we are ignoring the very system our counties need to do the best they can under really difficult circumstances to take care of these kids. $10 million is laughable. It's a joke. I love this one. $4.5 million to MDE of all people to help manage the summer EBT program. Surely we can come up with a better idea than giving money to EBT to MDE to try to feed kids. Did we not learn our lesson about how well MDE does when it comes to feeding kids? How many people are under indictment right now? How many hundreds of millions of dollars were stolen from our kids? It's fantastic. It's fantastic. I love it. You can't make this stuff up. So while we are creating an Office of Homelessness in the Human Services, under the Department of Human Services, in this bill, we're going to do a pregnant and parent homeless youth study and a transgender adult shelter analysis in the under children and families. It's not even for children. Adult shelter analysis. Like, I don't know how you guys make decisions over there on the other side of the aisle, but it is absurd. It is silliness. And I know there's a little turf war going on about who should handle homelessness. But good grief, shouldn't we try to actually do it right than feed into this turf war? How about we put an adult shelter analysis with the Office of Homelessness? That might make sense. How about we try to actually bring stuff together and have the left hand know what the right hand is doing instead of this disjointed nonsense? It's just nonsense. MDE is bragging about staffing up because they still haven't even been able to hire the staff that we granted last year, while our schools are laying off teachers and cutting programs. That's what's happening. That is what's happening. We're going to pay for more bureaucracy, more staff to micromanage health mandates across the state, instead of actually funding our schools. How about we fund our schools so that they can have that health teacher that they already need? The absurdity of these bills. The absolute absurdity. I think, honestly, the SSIS system, Representative Nelson, we should have just dumped all of this money into SSIS, do something to actually help our children, and call it a day, because the rest of this bill is a joke. The rest of this bill is an absolute joke. More mandates, more bureaucracy, more spending, no problem solved. Not one. We're not solving a problem. Give me a break. And again, we're already rolling back the READ Act. We're already rolling back the one thing that, frankly, everyone in this chamber agrees is a problem. Although we say we agree it's a problem, and at the same time, Democrats are already rolling it back. They're already making it harder for teachers to implement, for schools to implement the READ Act and teach our kids to read. Because, we'll say it again, every book is banned for a child who cannot read. I'm glad that I see some folks mouthing along with me. Hopefully it's sinking in. Hopefully we're getting it. Because that's the real injustice here. So I hope you feel really good about all the bureaucracy you're spending money on, all the FTEs you're adding to these different departments, all the money you're spending while our schools continue to cut and lay off because of the mandates you imposed on them. You did this to our schools, and now you refuse to fix it. What a shame.
The member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've hit on a lot of things as we've been discussing, and I don't want to, beat a dead horse here, but I do want to mention a couple things. I talked earlier when this bill was before us for the passage originally about the fact that there is one mandate in here. Well, there's a couple new mandates in here, but the one on the health standards is something I'm very, very opposed to. And not only opposed because there's another mandate, but opposed because this is pulling local control and pulling parental control, again, from our schools. But it's also going to cause a huge amount of consternation for our teachers and for our administrators, because people have different viewpoints on what should be taught in health, and that's the one thing that I think you have a lot of. You get angry parents with certain issues. There's cultural things. We've seen it. We saw it in St. Louis Park, yep. Thank you. You know, and so it isn't just a rural versus metro thing. It's some cases it's cultural, it's religious, and it's going to provide a lot of problems. And our schools, as we know, have declining enrollment. People are, you know, questioning whether they should be homeschooling their kids, and that's not the school's fault. That's the fault of the policies that are being passed by this legislature. And so we're causing the problems, not our schools, not our teachers, not our administrators. The one other thing I wanted to fill, I'm not on children and family, but I know Representative Pinto, I did offer to help last year on this agency, and that never happened. But I do have had experience in dismantling an agency, in moving things around in state government about 15 years ago, and it could have been done without backfilling positions, and it should have been done without backfilling positions. And I don't know whether that where that came out of, somewhere within the administration, but it's very unnecessary. It's an extra cost, and it's a shame that they couldn't figure it out, change a few job descriptions. They didn't need to lay anyone off. They just changed some job descriptions and give people options. We did not need to add more to the bureaucracy. And so I know the dollars are in here, but the administration themselves have the ability to manage how they need to. And so maybe if the commissioners are listening, for the other agencies, maybe they can start thinking about that and actually properly managing state government, especially at a time when we probably have a lot of open positions, I would guess, also within state government. So we can't even hire to fill the ones we have. So it's $14 million, which frankly we could have used for more money for the READ Act or other entities. I'm happy that we have a little more for the READ Act. I'm not happy that we're trying to politicize it by having people look at curriculum, spending a huge amount of money at the Department of Ed, and the fact that we're also expanding the Department of Ed by 23%. That is, again, probably a very, very poor use of taxpayer dollars, which are much more limited this year than they were last year. And I suspect that next year we're going to have even more limited use of resources. So I also encourage the members to vote not to adopt this and to send it back to conference. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on the adoption of House File 5237, all those in favor to adopt the conference committee report on House File 5237 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, House File number 5237, as amended by conference.
Third reading. The member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't rehash what we just went over. There are a couple provisions that I was reminded of, though, that I wanted to touch on because I heard pretty extensively from constituents about it. The family child care provisions, there's a ton of concerns about this. And specifically, I had a conversation with a family child care provider in my district, and she went on and very appropriately was concerned about some of the things that are going to come out of these provisions. She specifically talked about dirt and dog hair and the cleanliness. Now, of course, we want to have family child care environments that are clean, and I believe they are. And if there are issues in those places, then I think those can be addressed. But she described it as a crisis for family child care providers. And I'm certainly not an expert, so I don't pretend to, Chair Pinto, to understand, but that's what my constituent, the word she used, and significant concerns about what's going to come out of that. The vaccine provision is also very, very concerning. One of my roles as a building principal early in the year, we need to go through and we need to verify if we have the required vaccines in place. And what I've learned over the course of my career is that I could care less if a parent chooses to get a vaccine, because it's a very personal decision about what they do. And I don't get into a debate with parents about whether or not they should have a certain vaccine. I don't understand it. I'm not a medical doctor, but I do believe strongly that parents should have that choice. So when I make that phone call, I usually say something along the lines of, I don't care what you do. That's not the reason for my call. The reason for my call is I either need to get the verification that your child has the vaccine, or I have this conscientious objector form that you need to come in and sign. Either way, it doesn't matter. And it just de-escalates the temperature. And I'm just really concerned about a provision like this, that what is going to do and the long-term implications. I don't see Rep. Edelson over there, but she asked my opinion on MCAs. And I think it is critical that we have expectations. And then we need to measure those expectations. So we can have a lot of feelings about the validity of an assessment, but we need to have a measure. Because if we didn't have a measure, we wouldn't know that we have a crisis about literacy. And we wouldn't be spending, $120 million, I think, over the 2 years is what we're going to spend on the READ Act. Our Republican proposal was $250 million, just as a reminder. But you never use one data point when you're making decisions about kids. It's called data triangulation. So you look at the MCAs as one data point. Then you look at a growth model assessment. We use something called FastBridge. People will use NWA, but that's to measure the students' growth, their individual growth over the course of the year. And then you trust the experts in the classroom. You have to get feedback from your teachers. You look at their grades. So you look at that data to make decisions. So that would be the answer to Rep. Edelson's question about my thoughts about the MCAs and data. And I want to talk about the funding for the READ Act. And I had a superintendent text me and say, any funding is great, Ben. So I am appreciative of the $65,000 that the Jordan District is going to get, the $316,000 that Prior Lake, and about $275 for Shakopee. That's good. That's good information, or that's good data. But also, I know that for this superintendent that reached out, by contract, the teacher training is $40 an hour. That's what they get paid for outside of duty day. For core, which is kind of the middle of intensity and time, it takes about 45 hours to do that training. So about $1,800 per teacher to be trained in the science of reading. Multiply that out. If you have 30 teachers, that's $54,000. Jordan would be covered. But if you have 40 teachers training, that's $72,000. They're not able to cover the cost of that training. So, well, yes, the funding is appreciated. But we need to keep in mind that this is one-time funding. And this is why it's so important that higher ed be engaged and be addressing the science of reading at the higher ed level. Because the teachers that we hire next year, if it's from an institution that frankly is pushing back on the science of reading and have said publicly that they will not do the science of reading at their institution, that cost is going to be shifted to the school district, and then they're going to have to retrain that teacher. And we won't have the $36.06 per pupil next year. So we have to do this, and that is the main concern that I have, that we are not addressing this, and we are pulling back. We're not addressing this fully, and we're pulling back from the science of reading because some people are pushing back. And like I talked about a month or two ago, we have to lean in and get this done right. Thank you. Vote no.
The member from Mower, Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and it's good to be able to discuss this together. As I was looking through the conference report, the first thing that's frustrating to me is the fact that we are looking at this bill that has a bill inside of a bill inside of a bill. You know, as a person who really would prefer to have single subject bills, I'm almost on board with the idea that we can have one for ed policy, one for ed fi, but to have ed fi and children and families put together is just a little too stretched for me. So that makes it very difficult to support. I really have loved to see them separately. Understand time crunches, understand all that. It makes the process become less transparent, and I think that's really important for us to maintain integrity of our institution, which is that we look at things as thoroughly as possible and as transparent as possible with as much public input as possible. I'm looking at the runs for and for the schools for the READ Act. And what my colleague said, to remind everyone of a little history of what the minority party had put out, would have put a lot more money, because we're able to focus and prioritize. It's so easy to get ourselves caught up in, look at, we have this giant surplus, and so that means everyone can get everything. Well, when that happens, no one gets anything, and we don't prioritize what actually should be funded. What actually should be funded is that children need to learn how to read. And so we are sent here to St. Paul to make difficult decisions. We are sent here to make those difficult decisions, to say, listen, this isn't our money, this is your money, because the government doesn't make money, they just spend other people's money. And so it is our job to make sure that we are prioritizing and that we are actually making the difficult decisions on where this should be going. And where this should be going is not in all the little tiny things over here. We should be putting much more investment in literacy. And what we had proposed in 23 was a much bigger investment, even with the fix that is the majority party is trying to give to us today. I'm looking at the budget sheet here, and I'm seeing some of the money that was left on the table that the Senate had that just didn't make it through conference, with reading instruction training reimbursement and regional literacy training. All of that was left on the table. That could have been money that went to our teachers, to our classrooms, to actually implement this. This program is incredibly important, and it needs funding to be able to do it. And it's just not enough. It's just not enough. And so I feel, as we're looking at this bill gives more money to government than it does to our teachers, than it does to our classrooms. We're seeing that there's more money for Carrie. We certainly didn't cut the $1 million to make sure that we can that the Carrie can make sure our materials are not culturally destructive. We certainly couldn't cut that, put that towards our schools, but we're also spending $627,000 for statewide health standards, putting a new state librarian position at MDE. And in order to fund that, Minnesota, in order to fund that, they diverted funds from schools to MDE, because funding more bureaucracy is what's going to make our schools better. We've already talked the last time when we looked at the Education Policy Conference Committee how I feel like this is a massive step backwards with the READ Act, and that we have a working group to look at teacher and paraprofessional pay. Can't just put more money, can't just give more money to our schools and let them decide how to do it, which could actually go to teacher salaries as they negotiate that. unlike when we said, hey, look at historic funding, but the school boards couldn't actually use it. If we actually gave more money, unrestricted funds to our schools, they actually could go ahead and put that money on their salaries. They could negotiate for higher salaries. But no, we're going to do more government and just put a working group on it, because working groups have been able to solve all of our problems. And of course, the new state librarian position at MDE. I do want, even though I wasn't on Children and Families, I appreciate the work that the committee did. There were some big promises from this body about what we were going to do for childcare. And frankly, many of those things were very concerning to our family childcare providers. I still have yet to see a proposal, provisions that actually follow the 2019 task force that says, hey, let's actually streamline our licensing procedure, our investigation procedure, all of those things. I haven't seen that. And that when we looked at the results of that 2019 task force, it talked about how overregulation is what is actually causing higher compliance costs and causing family childcare providers to go out of business. And I don't know what, I understand, hey, look, we can have government-controlled childcare, but frankly, more options are going to be the best for people who, especially out in rural Minnesota, it's really important to have that. So with the emphasis on more bureaucracy, with the emphasis on making sure that that we're taking a step backwards on the READ Act, with our inability to prioritize and make the difficult decisions, frankly, last year and this year, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage a red vote. Thank you, members.
The member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to just close out and on this side and just kind of give a high-angle view of what this bill would look like if it had been built by our Republican education team. And I could list, the good components I see in the current bill that's before us and the components I find concerning, but I'd rather just say, if this had been built by our team, this is what it would look like. Number one, it would have funding and flexibility. Our schools need funding that's flexible so that they can meet the priorities set by parents and their local school boards. In this bill that I would envision with my team, we would set measurable goals, and then we get out of the way and let schools go at it. Because parents and our school boards and our local teachers know best how to educate our kids. Secondly, it would focus on literacy. And we address the literacy through the science of reading. We've talked about that a lot. Children have a fundamental right to read. And I'll tell you what, the reading charlatans who have been pushing a reading method onto our schools for many years, I was in there teaching first grade and I saw it come in years ago. Those reading charlatans have not given up. They are still around. And we need to be very careful that they don't get their foot in the door and destroy what has started here. They're still pushing back on the science of reading. They use words like culturally destructive. As a matter of fact, in committee, we heard that the science of reading is culturally destructive. So I certainly hope that those charlatans don't end up on that evaluation team, because it'll destroy any good curriculum that we can put before our kids. Thirdly, local control and parent empowerment is what needs to be in this bill, majorly, because local control is innovation. And empowered parents are engaged parents. Decisions made the furthest from the parent involve the parent the least. And I tell you why local control is innovative. It's every time we mandate something, every one of those 65 mandates from last year and the few that are in this bill this year, they stifle innovation because we're saying, you're going to do it our way, what we as a legislature tell you, instead of freeing up schools who could say, hey, we've found a better way to do this. We found a way to help kids learn even more. We found a way to help get more attendance, better attendance in our schools. And when we start mandating things, we stifle that and we say it's one way, it's our way or the highway as the legislature. We want to empower local control. And lastly, expectations matter, because mediocrity is not equity. We need to close the belief gap, the belief that every child can learn. And we should challenge students through academic rigor rather than burying them in ideology and indoctrination. Because high expectations, I had that drilled into me as a teacher for many years, set high expectations. That's how kids learn. And yet I see us over and over, especially recently, the last couple of years, lowering those expectations and saying, well, you know, they can't reach this, so let's not test this, or let's not do that. Or even with teachers, let's not test this because they can't pass that test. No, we should have high expectations, and then we should help our students and our educators reach those expectations. So I thank you again for the hard work on this bill, but I do recommend a no vote. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, members, for the conversation about this Conference Committee report. I'm really grateful to those who've worked with me on children and families issues the past 2 years. It has been sometimes a messy process procedurally, as Representative Mueller was alluding to, and I'm really hopeful that as we get the new agency in place, we'll be in a different position on that as we move forward. On the substance, though, members, we can be really proud of this report. I heard a comment about misplaced priorities, and I guess I would just say, members, let's keep in mind that the children and families portion of this bill makes sure that people are fed. We have funding for food shelves and food banks that is desperately needed around our state. It provides funding to address homelessness, people who are in really dire situations. We have spikes in homelessness that we've been experiencing, and also shelters in a number of our communities at risk of closure. There's funding to address that. And members, the priority of advancing on child protection. What's in the bill that left the House floor, what is coming back in the Conference Committee report, are a series of really needed reforms. Yes, members, there is more needed on this IT system, this SSIS, but my goodness, we are going to be making big strides. Please, please vote in favor of moving forward on that system. And members, I guess, and then the final topic I want to address, because it's been brought up by so many members, relates to childcare and early learning. I need to correct the record. I was a colleague who talked about hearing from family childcares with concerns about regulations and proposals. I want to make sure we're very clear that what you may be hearing from providers is about a set of draft proposals that were released a couple weeks ago. They would not take effect with a legislative action, which would not come until next session at the earliest. So please, members, if we can urge those folks reaching out to us, family childcares, childcare centers, if they have thoughts about regulations, to please provide thoughts about those draft regulations and their draft proposals. It's a draft. That's what it is. There's some good stuff, probably some stuff that doesn't work too. Please provide information about it. In the meantime, the bill that you are about to vote on contains reforms to how the licensing works right now that are being requested by our child care providers to assess the risk that if there's a violation, how kind of dangerous or problematic is it. Let's put a weighting on that, and more dangerous, more challenging violations, we want to weight more and others less. There's funding that is desperately needed by our family child care providers and child care centers to meet licensing requirements, to expand their facilities. They can take on more kids. This facilities funding. And so, members, this is all good stuff in the bill. One final component in the bill that I need to address, because it's been brought up so often, is a provision that allows for business owners to make their own choice about who their customers are, and allows parents, who are those customers, to make their choice about who they go to and receive services from. And this is a provision that allows for the operator of a child care center or family child care to make their own decision about who comes into their home, what family does, who comes into their child care center regarding vaccination. Now, that's very consistent with public health. It is very consistent with freedom. so that a provider gets to decide for themselves as a private sector enterprise. I hear a lot from my colleagues on the other side about that. This allows private sector providers to make their own decision about such a thing and allows parents, especially those whose children are immunocompromised, to make a decision about where they bring their child because they do not have that choice right now. This is removing a government mandate on private enterprise and on parents. Members, that is not a provision to vote against, a reason to vote against the bill. That'd be a reason to vote for it, along with many, many, many others. I'm so grateful for the chance to partner with Chair Youakim and the education team to really turn this into the children bill, the families bill, the helping Minnesotans to thrive bill. All Minnesotans of all kinds of backgrounds, we can be really proud to vote green on this bill, and I certainly hope that we do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, the author of the bill, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Pinto. This does seem to be an absolute natural fit, thinking of our youngest learners to those that are getting ready to launch into the world. And I want to thank members for the conversation. You know what? Our conversation here today gives me a lot of hope because we're all focused on our students. And that's where we should be when we make these policies. And 6 years ago, when I became the Ed Policy Chair, students were the first people I heard from. They came in and we did a whole Student Voices Day. You know what they wanted? They wanted support for mental health. They wanted food security for mostly the ones that came for their fellow students. And they wanted accurate information on health. Well, we're about to get the third one done. We already did the first two, and I'm very proud of that. We built on what we did last year. We built on, we did a huge investment in the formula. We did special education cross-subsidy. We indexed the formula to inflation to provide our schools with stability moving forward. We did universal meals. We did so much, and we just built on that this year with what we did with the READ Act. I want to thank Representative Edelson and Senator McQuaid for all the work they did with all the stakeholders, from parents to teachers to literacy experts to administrators. We provided maximum flexibility for those funds going into those schools, and I hope people really do look at the categories, look at the spreadsheets. We are getting more teachers in our classroom by supporting our student teachers, by doing the special education program to get more teachers into the classroom. And you know what? Kids can't read if they don't have teachers. We also keep more students in our classroom between the work on the task force for attendance, as well as this attendance pilot project that is going to be absolutely incredible. Because more than anything, kids don't learn how to read unless they're in the classroom. So members, I would really encourage you to vote for this efficient and effective bill that will support our earliest learners to those launching into their careers, and I'd ask for a yes vote.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Newton.
Aye.
Newton, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 58 nays, the bill is repassed as amended and its title agreed to. Conference Committee reports on House files.
Conference Committee report on House File number 3911, a bill for an act relating to state government. The report's addressed to the Honorable Melissa Hortman, Speaker of the House. The Honorable Bobby Joe Champion, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees for House File number 3911, report that we've agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by 4 of the 5 members on the part of the House and 4 of the 5 members on the part of the Senate. Hansen R. moves that the report of the Conference Committee on House File Number 3911 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Hansen, the author of the bill, who will explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that is my motion. Before I start, I want to make sure I thank our committee staff, Janelle Taylor and Bob Eliff from House Research, Fiscal Analyst Brad Hegemeyer, Committee Administrator Peter Strohmeyer, Committee Legislative Assistant Sam O'Neill, Partisan Researchers Chelsea Ray and Amy Zipko. If not for them, we would not be able to get this product done. And what is this product? This product is the Environment and Natural Resources Supplemental Conference Committee Report. We had a full general fund target of about $17 million. 7 of that was provided and was described during the when this went off the House floor before for legal costs and providing supplemental funds for enforcement personnel. $10 million was split. $10 million was for the general fund. And what happened in conference committee is we had about $1 million in shared priorities with the Senate. And then we split the difference. And how that difference was divided, the Senate priorities that are in this bill were $593,000 the second year for grants for pilot projects that encourage composting by residents of multifamily buildings, $750K for climate adaptation and resiliency study, $550 for environmental cleanup of tires and solid waste in Olmsted County, $1.322 million for improvements at the International Wolf Center in Ely. $500,000 to create and expand existing outreach and education programs in the outdoors for non-native English-speaking communities, $850,000 for manure management grants, and $300,000 for phosphorus management for the Red River of the North. As this bill left the floor, it had a significant investment in tree planting. It still does. The aggregate amount is about $12 million that'll go to trees. That includes general fund plus also dedicated funds. We did change some of the small d dedicated fund amounts based on input in the capacity of those funds to retain funds for the bottom line. This has a significant component protecting air quality. It has a solid waste provision that is nation leading. EPR, Representative Jordan is available to answer questions on that. And then it has delayed clarification of the public water definition for 3 years, and then an additional $1 million for 8 years to the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources to update the public waters inventory. It has a number of other items, but those are generally the fiscal amounts. I want to also mention we had, when we left the floor, a discussion about helium. The helium provisions are in this bill, generally as the House had them. That is a critical component of this bill. If for nothing else, you should vote to make sure that the state resource of helium is well regulated. And I'd ask for your support.
Is there any discussion on the conference committee report? Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, I am going to have to move to refuse to adopt the Environment Conference Committee report. Oh, yeah. And I would request a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, a roll call is requested and granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to go through a few things, and thank you, Representative Hansen, for the opportunity, and just want to first of all thank you, to serve on the conference committee. It was a short time, although we spent, I think, most of it waiting for senators to come. That's typical, I've heard. But in all seriousness, I was hoping for a little bit different experience overall, having the privilege to serve on this conference committee. And I'll just share with the body and for those watching today, this was not a process that I would be proud of. Unfortunately, every provision in this conference committee report was agreed upon behind closed doors. An old saying that I am going to have to go back in the archives to recall, Representative Hansen, one that you used to use frequently, is this was done presumably in at least near as I can tell, in the dark of night. And we can chuckle about it today, members, but I don't think that's what Minnesotans are looking for in this process. I think they expect members on the right and the left and stakeholders to be a part of a robust discussion. I think they expect government to be working for them and that all sides have an opportunity to be heard and the issues point by point by point to be debated, whatever they may be. And this Environment and Natural Resources Conference Committee final policy agreement that we were given as we walked in, I think is quite honestly a great example of what we're up against here, and is an important piece of why I have moved to not adopt. There are dozens and dozens and dozens of notations which we could go through today. We might go through a few of them that were Senate only, Senate only, Senate only, different, House position modified. Pages and pages of these notations on this bill. And I have quite honestly no idea what those changes were because I wasn't there as the minority member of the conference committee or any other members that I'm aware of to speak to those changes or to learn what they may be and what the implications might be and why. And like I said at the very beginning, I don't think that's the process that Minnesotans are looking for when it comes to such an important subject area as our land, our water, our trees. The environment subject area should be something that we can all come together around in a bipartisan way and have a robust discussion as to what's in and out of an important bill like this one. And although I have marked up my copy and read through virtually every line, I still have a lot of questions how those changes came to be. Oh, well, we have a lot of language here. I see we have Lands Bill also, but well over 100 pages, we'll just say. And going through those provisions one by one, as I just said, you know, I'm not completely clear on how we arrived at where we are in this report. And so I'll go through a few of those things before we're finished here today, but I will mention at the very beginning some things that I'm glad I didn't see in the bill. Some provisions that were dropped, thankfully, mandatory EIS for facilities over 10,000 animal units. Really glad that's out of the environment bill. I think those kinds of things should be debated and discussed and handled in the ag bill, although, you know, there is some crossover there. I understand that with DNR and MPCA jurisdiction, but we already have a process to make sure that when you have large farms that these projects are thoroughly examined, and an EIS can be triggered, and that should be the way that works. But a mandatory EIS, Representative Hansen, I question that. I'm glad that's out of the bill. Thank you for making an adjustment there. The provisions that were going to single out trappers when they're out, and my kids are among this group that are looking for places to trap, they could find themselves in a tough situation if the private land language that was there, specifically targeting trappers, was still in the bill. I'm glad that's out. The drain tile disclosure bill, Representative Parcell, I think I understand where you're coming from, and I hope that there may be a future opportunity to maybe get at the issue without creating a larger bureaucracy, more rules, more regulations. I'm glad that's out of the bill, but I'm sure we'll have another discussion at a later date. I already mentioned some of the ag stuff with the mandatory EIS that dropped. The ag provisions are no longer in this bill. Representative Hansen, in a bipartisan way, you came through for our constituents that had concerns on that, and I am very grateful, sincerely appreciate that. Now, that being said, excuse me, there are a number of things that I just wanted to go through since we have the time. I got the bill out here. Representative Hansen, if he would yield, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen, over the course of the last few months, and this is something, most of these are things that I would have liked to discuss and talk about if we'd had the opportunity. In committee, this Lawns to Legumes program, and it's on 17.22 if you're looking for the page and the line, Representative Hansen. The Lawns to Legumes, we've had lots of discussion about Lawns to Legumes over the last few years. And I did ask a question in committee, and I hoped to get a response back from the agency. But on line 17.22 is $800,000, if I'm reading it correctly, that is appropriated to continue to fund that program. And I had wondered if we had a number. This is a few weeks back. I wondered if we knew how much was still remaining from the last appropriation. And Representative Hansen, you might have got that information from the agency. I don't recall getting it, and just wanted to quickly check and see. The bill doesn't spend as much as last year, but that was just one quick question off the top of my head as I was going through to start this off.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Heinzman, were you talking about 18.22?
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought, Representative Hansen, it was 17, but if I got that wrong, I apologize.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On line 18.2, Lawns to Legumes, you are correct. I think what left the House floor was about $1.3 million, and what is in the conference committee report is $800,000. I did not receive the remaining or retained amount, but what I do know is that there are over 23,000 Minnesota families that have applied for, and it's probably higher now because there was a deadline for application on the 15th of May. So I think those numbers are probably greater, and that those projects that had been funded were in the 4,000 to 5,000 range. So 23,000 families, at least prior to this last deadline, and then 4,000 to 5,000 that have actually had the program receiving some money. There are also those that have been getting technical assistance and have been using the information to implement the programs themselves. So it's my understanding is that based on the overwhelming positive demand across the entire state, that money is usable because the demand is there. I do not have the latest numbers because of that deadline, but I do know the demand is upwards of 23,000 Minnesota families.
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad to hear that there are some that do appreciate the Lawns to Legumes program, and I'm not going to belabor this, but of course there's been numerous cities around the state, at least in my community there's one, and they've prohibited residents of the city from participating in the Lawns to Legumes program because they found that it has created some pretty significant problems. And so it's not universally loved by any means. It's something that, quite honestly, is questionable in terms of whether or not it's a good use of taxpayer dollars. But just wanted to confirm where things were at on that as we're talking about whether or not we should agree to this conference committee report. If Representative Hansen would yield.
He will yield. Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the pieces of this bill that I think there might have been some change, but I'm not completely clear. And here again, the line that I was looking at in my copy of the bill is 2.1. I'm starting to question if we are looking at the exact same copy, but in the writer language there, 2.1, air regulatory work, environmental justice. I think there's 2.975 million to spend in these environmental justice areas. I had some questions from folks that were wondering. Here again, I didn't get the opportunity to ask the question, but how many new FTEs are potentially going to be hired for work in these environmental justice areas? And I was also wondering, two-part question, are any of those working on air permits as writers? It would be nice to get some clarification on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and if Representative Hansen would yield it.
He will yield. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Heinzman, I think you are correct on, it'd be like 2.31 is what the air regulatory work, environmental justice areas, 2.975, is that the appropriation you're asking about? My understanding there's about 15 FTEs that are involved in this. There'll be also, if you look later in the appropriations, there's also working on mobile emissions monitoring trailer, and then also working on the stationary air monitoring equipment as well. So you have those funds to be looking at providing the compliance and assistance. It does say environmental justice areas. The appropriation is available until 2027.
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if Representative Hansen would yield again, my second half of that question was if there's any air permit writers included in that. You listed the trailer and a few other things, but I was hoping that maybe there was some folks to address the backlog of permits that we're constantly hearing about over the last few years. And I don't recall if that was anything that might be a part of those dollars, but I kind of see it nodding your head or shaking your head no, but wanted to just make sure that I got that right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Heinzman, I'm just looking to make sure I'm accurate here, but I believe this is what left the House floor and was in the governor's budget as well. This particular air regulatory work, and as were some of the subsequent items relating to legal services, the monitoring trailer, and the resilience study was added by the Senate, a number of Senate added provisions, and then the stationary air monitors on 6.11 were added by the House.
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just confirming then, there's nothing there for working on air permits. The other provision that I wanted to quickly touch on, and there's several more, but just another one that I was curious about is I think on 2.9. So we're not going to be turning too many pages here, but legal services, I see, I think 6.25 million for PCA and another 1.3 million for DNR. And Representative Hansen, if you would yield.
He will yield. Representative Heinzman.
I'm trying to remember how much money last year we appropriated in this subject area. There's been a number of, I think, discussions on the legal challenges that DNR has had to fend off, and MPCA working on that as well. And I think for the most part, we've agreed that there needs to be dollars there, but I'm just wondering if you anticipate these dollars to be ongoing. I think they probably will be, but I just wanted to confirm if that's something we're going to probably see going forward.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do have an answer to your prior question. There are 4 permit writers to help with the air permits in that appropriation. So that will help with assistance and that compliance assistance that I mentioned. So there'll be 4 additional people of that 15 are going to be helping with permits. The legal services, this is a one-time appropriation. It says during the second year. These amounts, both for the PCA and the DNR, I mean, the years kind of blend together. I know there were some years with appropriations where we shifted money from one agency to the other based on the legal costs that were there, but these are dealing with some of the litigation with permits, and that's why there was an agreement between the House, Senate, and Governor to include these prior to when we got even to the floor. So this was in that 17 million, as I mentioned earlier, the need was agreed to. The 10 million in general fund is where we were at.
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The other spot, and I'll have some more questions later, but the other spot right out of the gate here I wanted to quickly touch on is 48.9 emergency powers in the conference committee report. I just wanted to confirm if Representative Hansen would yield.
You will yield. Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe I'm seeing a section here in the language that is creating more authority for MPCA, and I just wanted to, looking at lines 48.11 through 48.13, it looks to me like there's already authority to shut down bad actors, those that have not complied with the requirements of their permit. And I'm just wondering if we already have that, what is happening in lines 48.21 through, I think, 49.5. I just don't remember what specifically this language was working to address, considering we, I think, already have some fairly robust authority at MPCA.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Heinzman, if my memory is correct, and I don't see Chair Becker-Finn here, but this was the agency bill that was introduced, went through our committee and went to Judiciary and then back. And this was the emergency powers, and the agency had felt that they did not have the tools in existing statute to be able to respond related to protect public health. Therefore, they asked for this.
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think you're probably right, Representative Hansen, but I'm going through a few of these things because there's lines there that I'm not totally clear on, and I'd wished I'd had the opportunity earlier to ask these questions in conference. I think we probably talked about it for a few minutes when they came and brought the bill to committee, but on 48.26 specifically, like this is just an example, okay? There's a chronic or substantial permit violations, and I'm not sure what that particularly means. Does chronic mean 5, 10, substantial being what? Maybe volume of material that has been released beyond the permit definitions. I don't know. And words like that throw me off, and I would have loved to have an opportunity to maybe address that in conference and to try to get a better definition there. Maybe the agency feels that they're amongst other statutory definition, has an answer, but I just didn't get to ask the question. So I'm not sure if you have that, Representative Hansen, if he would yield, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Heinzman.
Thank you.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Heinzman. Well, first I'm going to note on 49.21, the Commissioner may exercise the authority when they have evidence, and that evidence is going to have to be defensible relating to chronic or substantial permit violations, but this relates to health. So why do you need the these emergency powers to protect public health. When there's something that is chronic or substantial permit violations that are affecting public health, these provisions are there, and they're going to have to be defensible when the Commissioner of PCA exercises that authority. They have to provide evidence. So evidence-based using for health concerns.
Representative Hansen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Hansen, I'd remind you, we started out in 48.1 through 48.13, which in those existing examples, existing language, starting in 48.10, if there is imminent or substantial danger to health and welfare of people or of the state or of any of them, so on and so forth. It sounds like we've got that covered. So I was confused why it seems to be redundant or repetitive somehow. And so that's why I wanted to ask, because I don't see the reason why those lines were added without further defining what it might mean, because I felt like we had that covered in existing language, because I get it. We're talking about human health. We want our agencies to be able in a position to respond. Unfortunately, I'm not really hearing a reason why those words are there. I don't fully understand what the idea is there, considering the existing language. But those were a couple of things that I wanted to quickly talk about here today as we're going through this discussion as to whether or not we would move this conference committee report forward. And I'll probably have a number of questions further as we get along in the discussion today, probably more specifically along the lines of some of the Senate-only provisions that showed up that, we just never had a chance to hear over the course of the last few months. And, we didn't discuss in a conference committee process like we might normally or maybe have in years past. Some stuff that I think I would very likely support, things that Representative Hansen, you and I have talked about, like this state salt purchase report and reduction goal. It's similar apparently to the language we heard, but it's modified, and I don't know what the change was. And in the document that we were provided in the conference committee, I don't have a line there to refer back to, Representative Hansen, but that's just one example of something that I think we generally would support, but I don't know what changed. Now, that's not a Senate-only provision, I don't think. That's just a modified House position, but it would have been nice to have an opportunity to discuss that. This Resilient Community Assistance Program, a Senate-only position here included, I believe, in the bill. I don't know, specifically what that might be. That's just an example of something that was Senate-only. And if the conference committee had met and we were able to go line by line through this together and maybe even offer amendments and changes to the bill, I certainly think that this bill would probably look a lot different. There's a number of DFL members and Republican members that would likely have suggestions that if that process had been followed, that we would have wanted to make some adjustments beyond the adjustments that I mentioned earlier, which I very much do appreciate some of the changes that were made. A big portion of this bill, Representative Hansen, is this this provision some have come to call, I think, extended producer responsibility, otherwise known as EPR. That's a big piece of this bill from pages 105 to 149. And I hope that we talk more about EPR today. And I did bring a number of articles with me. It's not something that is unique being introduced here in Minnesota. It's also been introduced in Colorado and a number of other states as well. I think the idea of EPR is probably reasonably agreed upon. A lot of people, I think, would like to see more products designed in such a way they're more easily recyclable. The problem or the concern that I hope we discuss today is the cost that ultimately will be paid by consumers. And I know that the language is trying to very specifically say that it's not being passed on, for lack of a better word, but when costs go up, and miraculously, and I think a big discussion a while back was about cheeseburgers, and the price of a cheeseburger going up. That wasn't something that we all necessarily want to relive today, but when these things do become more expensive and costs are going up, they're increasing, that's concerning to Minnesotans. And the email that I'm getting in my box, and I'm not sure what other members are seeing along maybe the same lines or not, but just in Colorado, and I'm looking at a story, it's an opinion piece, February 21, 2024. There's an executive director of a consumer organization, and the estimates in Colorado, which in case people are comparing one state to another, Colorado is actually somewhat similar in terms of the number of people and like their agencies, their pollution control agency, very similar size to Minnesota, but their cost estimates that they expect or estimate, and I'm not sure exactly what that process looked like, could be between $130 to $290 million per year in the state of Colorado. EPR programs are meant to increase, this article says, recycling rates by consumers, but somehow charging producers for the packaging they create that goes into the system. There's unfortunately some pretty significant costs that they're estimating may impact there, but I'm not sure. We may have discussed the potential impact here, and if we might have a more robust discussion on that, it could be good to help people have an idea what to expect from this bill that I think is likely to not have bipartisan support. I think Democrats are going to have to do this bill on their own. I think it's going to have, unfortunately, a pretty negative impact in terms of costs for Minnesotans as they go to get products. Now, there is a list of exemptions. There's a lot of, I think, things like baby formula and some other medical products in the exemptions list. Some folks are able to come here and successfully find support for exemptions to the products that they make. Now, not everybody was able to get that, so that's just one more concern that I have relative to this conference committee report and why I'm objecting today. Again, wishing I had an opportunity. I think that we could have improved this language. I think that maybe there's some that the argument could have been made should be exempt from this language. I have a lot more here to discuss. We could go through differences and changes that were made that I never had an opportunity to speak to. So I'll probably let other members talk for a few minutes and see, what their thoughts are on the bill. But I hope that members would support my motion to not adopt this Environment Conference Committee report.
The member from Travers, Representative Backer.
Yeah, members, thank you. It's a good motion. One of the things I remember a couple years ago when we were in the majority, the chair, I think it was about 2 o'clock in the midnight when I think it was Chair Fabian was the chair of environment. was talking about things were done at the dark of the night when smoke rooms, or I don't remember correctly, but I remember that over there in that chair. I remember that clearly. And that's, I know we have fun with that, and we poke each other. That's part of the game that we play here, and allows us to look at the bill more closely. But it is quite concerning that the conference committee did not vet out the process. That is quite concerning. The majority has ideas, the minority has ideas, and together we create a better sausage. And this bill did not do that. I'm disappointed. A couple things about this bill is it doesn't help anything with job creators. I mean, it's if you ever watched the movie Rocky, when he was against that Soviet fighter, this is what businesses are feeling right now. Boom. Get up, Rocky. Get up, small business owners. Get up. Job creators, we need jobs. We got to pay our bills. My God, boom, he gets hit again. This is what this bill does. It does. Poor Rocky business owners are down. And I'm having fun, but it's so serious. This is why we look on the western part. We don't see larger communities. This is why we have larger and larger farms. Because of small farms, 1,500. I remember when I was wee kid again, there we go, wee kid many years ago, that a 15-acre farm was big. They're having problems making it these days, 1,500, 2,000. We want family farms, but Rocky's down again. Get up, Rocky. Remember the first movie that his coach, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. It's alarming. And then, of course, bad for farmers. And the stocks, you know, anybody ever go look at a car and you look at the sticker and you see the price? This buffer thing for $10,000, give me a break. I mean, seriously, we have 98.5, 98.8% compliance. And again, we have worked so hard out in our area. I mean, because the buffer situation is people didn't get compensated for the land. They had to give up their land. Think about it. If you have in your backyard, somebody want to build a choo-choo train, like going south to Mankato or north to Duluth, and they took your land, you would have got money for it, but not for buffers. Maybe we should build trains out there, and then they would get paid for it. But $10,000, it goes from $500 to $10,000. Again, Rocky's down again. This bill, again, says that St. Paul knows better than us in West Central Minnesota. And quite frankly, it's wrong. Our landowners take care of it for their ancestors, for their kids and their grandkids. And of course, we could spend a lot of time on permits. Nothing in this bill that really helps us, small business owners, small farmers, and so forth. So, great amendment, and to send it back and let the conference committee do its work. Yeah, I know, they didn't get to do this work. This is why Rocky's down again, the big Soviet guy. But I love the underdog. He's coming back. Vote yes on this amendment to send it back to the conference committee. Thank you, members.
On the motion to refuse to adopt, the member from Winona, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Representative Hansen, for your motion here to send this back. And there's been just very little input from our side of the aisle throughout the process here, starting all the way back in committee, on through the process, and that's despite not just very qualified members on our side of the aisle, but very qualified staff. Our Amy Zipko, we're blessed to have her. She really brings out the important pieces that we need to be aware of. One of the pieces that was hard for me to understand with this bill was how much of it, I sit on both the Ag Committee and the Environment Committee. A lot of what came forward in this bill seemed like it should have come forward in the Ag Committee, And again, there too, Mark Nisley, what a great resource he is for all of us. But so one of those pieces, of course, that I have been actively following is this prohibiting corn planting on state land. It looks like that moved in a better direction, and I'm wondering if the author of the bill would stand for a couple of questions on a couple different issues.
He will yield. Representative Jacob.
So it looks like the prohibiting of planting corn on state land is pulled out of the bill, but is there still pieces or features that the DNR is going to be adding or restricting farmers on planting on state land?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Jacob. The ban on planting corn on public land owned by the public, is no longer in there. However, there are provisions to be required to implement best management practices relating to fertilizer, and that in the contractual process, if it does not provide a wildlife benefit, to provide for transitioning for that.
Representative Jacob.
Would the author of the bill yield to another question?
He will yield. Representative Jacob.
Specifically, what fertilizer requirements will be included?
Representative Hansen.
If you'll give me a moment, I will find it's actually explicitly written into the bill. I just have to find the right page. If you have another question, you could ask.
Well, sure. Is this anything?
Mr. Speaker, it's on page 72.3, State Cooperative Farming Agreements. Prohibit application of fertilizer in the fall. And again, remember, this is for public lands. Require no more than 50% of the nitrogen budget may be applied before crop emergence. Prohibit nitrogen application rates from exceeding the University of Minnesota recommendations on rates, and require the use of cover crops.
Representative Jacob.
So lastly, to follow up, are those pieces that we discussed in committee?
Representative Hansen.
Mr. Speaker and members, I think this is a good example of the process on modification. We heard during the robust debate, Representative Jacob, that you did not want a ban on planting corn. We took that input in the conference committee and came up with this modification. That's what happens, modifying based on the input. That's where most of the modifications come from input. Input we heard in committee, input we heard on this floor, and input we heard from the Senate. And so we compromised. And that's why the sheet that has all of the provisions has things like compromise, compromise, compromise. Not just drop, not just accept, modify, modify, modify. Taking in the input. Now, all of what I've heard has been talking about process, but actually criticizing the product. And the product is a product of compromise. And that's why I ask you to reject the refuse to adopt motion.
Representative Jacob.
So a separate piece in the bill here, the public waters inventory. So I see quite a bit of millions of dollars for that. How far out does that go, and how much per year? Yeah, what year does it end, and how much per year? If the author would yield for a question on that.
He will yield. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Jacob. And we could hand out a sheet here. I think there's a sheet coming out where actually the conference committee, and this hasn't happened in my experience, I think that as long as I've been here, there was money added to our conference committee, $1 million a year from the general fund to complete the public waters inventory. Something that should have been done 7 years ago. And there was a report in 2018 also. So we have a court decision and a report. So what we heard from the agency, from the DNR, is it would take $8 million. So we take $1 million a year from the general fund, provide that this year and the next 2 years, and then it is built into the base with a sunset after 8 years where it'll end. That is the recommendation from the DNR that was adopted in the conference committee report. And I want to be clear in talking with some of the ag groups, that's what they asked for. They asked for this to be done because we've had ambiguity for all this time after the court has said we need to get it done. So DNR had actually come back with a $75,000 study. We have enough studies. We have enough task forces. We have enough working groups. We need to get this done. It is not possible to get it done in 1 year. The response from the DNR is it would take $1 million. I thought, I'll be real honest here, I thought maybe we would get 3. But we got $1 million a year for 8 years to get this done. And why is that important? Because that public waters inventory is old. It's old. And so now we have invested through the Clean Water Fund and funds and science and research year after year. Representative Torkelson, you probably remember when we invested in LIDAR back 15 years ago, and we've continued to invest so we can use the best science available to update the public waters inventory. And the request we had, the response from the DNR was $1 million a year for 8 years, 12 counties a year. And that is in the bill because that's what they said, and that's what we needed to get the job done.
Representative Youakim.
Well, I would just suggest that an additional $8 million being added into this bill is one more reason to support Representative Heinzman's motion to reject this bill, or this conference committee report. And as a farmer who's spent a lot of time studying water and has a background in zoning, I saw firsthand how local zoning ordinances would turn to the DNR public waters inventory and take any small waterway across a farmer's field that probably had been put there by the farmer to help with erosion control or conservation practices, mark that as a blue line, and now it becomes a public water, and now there's a setback from it, followed by a buffer, followed by not being able to use it for anything while you pay taxes on it. It's a stepping stone towards taking property rights. So I have a lot of issues with that. So in the end, this just looks like it's onerous regulation after onerous regulation, and I would encourage a green vote to support the Heinzman motion. Thank you.
The member from Meeker, Representative Gilman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. We all got a little sheet on our desks here from the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce. And again, I love reading just even the top little paragraph when it talks about the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce represents 6,300 businesses and more than 500,000 employees throughout the state of Minnesota. And as I was reading this, again, I just think about how many people, and we talk about compromise, we talk about feedback, and I love reading all the feedback that we get on our desks for or against things. And I am just standing here as we look at the third bullet point, Article 5 of the bill. We talked a little bit about EPR, which is Extended Producer Responsibility. If you didn't know what EPR stood for, this EPR mandate, again, the word mandate's right with that. We already do have a solid waste tax on individuals of 9.75%, and businesses 17%. This tax raises over $120 million a year. That's a lot of money. Also, this legislation has mandated resources recovery report, a report that's due January of 2026. That will analyze 90% of the recovery rate by 2045. What they're asking is please wait for the completion of this report before we initiate a new solid waste program. Let's see what needs to happen before we initiate something and look at this report. So again, this comes back down to things being more expensive for individuals that live in the state of Minnesota. So you'll be looking at anywhere between $34 to $67 for a family of 4 on their monthly grocery bill. And some folks might not think that's a big deal, but as we've been hearing just in committee, been hearing from members on the House floor, how expensive it is in Minnesota, not only to do business, but just to live. My eyes are open every time I come down to St. Paul in the metro area. Again, I live in a rural community, and I don't typically see some of the things. I don't see the daily struggles physically on our streets of Little Dassel, Cokato. But we did discover in our community, actually on our property of our business, that there were 2 individuals in our little town of under 12, I think it's around 1,200 people, that there was a couple that was living in a little cave in our town of Dassel. I know, it sounds crazy. There's a little cave carve-out area, and have been living there for quite some time. And they've been getting some help now and some support. But people, $67 a month can make a big difference. And so I really would appreciate folks to consider refusing to adopt this conference committee report just based on the premise of things being more expensive and unreasonable for folks in Minnesota. I will touch base too quick on the boat wrap product stewardship. I was surprised it did stay in the bill because there was a lot of conversation in committee and on the floor about that. I love the idea of recycling. I am all for that. I love seeing things, people taking responsibility for what they do, what they use to protect our environment. But again, when we look at that and think about how reasonable it would be for folks to take semi-load trucks full of boat wrap from up north and bring it to the only facility down in Maple Grove. There's one facility that will take the boat wrap. So I really am disappointed that we didn't consider modifying it, compromising, and doing a pilot project of the metro areas that could be close by so we can watch that carbon footprint that is so important to so many members here. Again, things are going to make, some of these provisions in here are going to make things more expensive for Minnesotans, and that is why I encourage members to refuse to adopt this conference committee report. Thank you.
The member from Roseau, Representative Burkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank Representative Heitzman for making this motion to refuse to adopt. And I'll specifically mention, well, first, let me just say, it was good to see some of these provisions disappear, especially the mandatory EIS for feedlots over 10,000 animal units, some of the trapping language removed, and the drain tiling. But troubling for me, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, is the elk management provisions that show up in the bill. Specifically in my district, without any corresponding acknowledgement and Chair Vang, we've talked about this before, and you know, so I'm going to say it again, though. Without any corresponding acknowledgement of the damage, the crop and fence damage that these elk do to my farmers up north. It's my understanding that there's conversation about, Chair Hansen mentioned we don't need more studies, but I'm hearing rumor that there's probably a study to address crop and fence damage in the ag bill as a conference committee there is wrapping up. I don't know that we need another study there either, because if you've seen what elk do to a 40-acre field of soybeans or a fence, you just know that that's just what happens, and we're going to have to pay. Representative Backer talked about St. Paul knowing best. Folks, if you want to come up and see elk in my district, that's great, but you're going to have to pay for it. It's just the way it is. The damage is done. We can study it, but it's not going to change the reality. So I'm frustrated to see the language changing there and the work that's been done in the past on the elk management plan in my district to grow the herd is troublesome, to say the least, without some kind of corresponding financial plan to compensate farmers who bear the brunt of that. Beyond that, you know, Representative Gilman already highlighted some of this, but I think it's worthwhile noting, as Representative Backer also mentioned, those of us on the board with border communities, and I'll specifically also mention Representative Keel's district in Crookston and the soybean plant that ended up going to Grand Forks because of the air permit delays. You know, one of the issues we got is it takes up to 6 times longer to issue those permits in Minnesota. It's a real issue. We're losing jobs, we're losing businesses to border states. It's disappointing to see, and it's disappointing to see the mentality of St. Paul just directing and pushing us in Northwest Minnesota. I'm really frustrated with that. My folks back home are as well. So with that, and the fact that Representative Heinzman, you know, has already mentioned the issues with the Senate-only provisions and the dark of night, I would also ask for a green vote to refuse to adopt. Thank you.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd like to comment on provision in this bill that pertains to agriculture, and specifically the public waters inventory mapping and such. Representative Hansen just mentioned that they did pull back the mandate to not have corn on the state acres, and he mentioned some things about fertilizer, which I think are doable. And then he also mentioned planting cover crops. And it seems to me on some of these state acres where corn is planted, they have to leave a certain percentage of the crop standing in the field over winter for a food plot for deer, for example. And not only that, but when you take off a corn crop, it could be late in the year, it could be dry, it could be getting very cold. So if Representative Hansen would yield for a question, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Anderson.
Representative Hansen, you mentioned cover crops being a necessity for a farmer to grow corn on state land. What if he can't establish a cover crop, or what would the timing be if he leaves the crop over winter for deer to eat as a food plot? When would he have to plant that cover crop?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Anderson, I can just give you the example from my farm where we seeded winter rye after the corn crop came off. I can show you some pictures of deer out there grazing in it with the green rye growing. It had pheasants in it, all kinds of wildlife throughout the winter. So that establishing the crop, I think that when you have a contract and it's pretty reasonable that the weather has prohibited either getting in the field. Now, you know, they can do some helicopter applications of seed and that as well, but if it's not possible, generally you're going to have some flexibility. It's not going to be just, you can't do that. If you couldn't get in the field, if you can't get the crop established, that crop staying on there. You can't get the combine in to harvest it. I also, over the years have watched corn being picked in the spring because they just couldn't get in. I think that, and I would say it would be my intent that the agency be reasonable when that happens because those things happen with weather.
Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker and members. And Representative Hansen, I believe your farm is in southern Minnesota, and this is a big state. Cover crops, as you go further north, become more difficult to establish because it's colder and it could be dry. And I think the last numbers I've seen, less than 15% of acres in Minnesota are planted to cover crops in the fall because there's a challenge in getting those established. So I think that language is a bit problematic. Would Representative Hansen yield for another question?
He will
Mr.
yield.
Speaker?
Representative Anderson.
Representative Hansen, you also mentioned that the public waters inventory is old, and I would agree with that. I think it was done back in the 1970s, if we're correct on that. My question is, if a slough in a farmer's field or a meandering creek, whatever, going through a farmer's land was not deemed to be a public water back in the 1970s or even in the latest update just a couple of years ago, what could change in terms of criteria to make that possibly a public waters in a new map going forward?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Anderson. That's a beautiful part of this provision. I would look on page 93 and look at 93.28. The commissioner must develop and implement a process to update the public water inventory. And the intent there is that does involve the public in that public water inventory. So the commissioner has to develop and implement a process to update the public water inventory. We provide the money in there to be updating that. It would be my intent as the author of this conference committee report that they use the best available, most current science, a lot of it that we have publicly funded, to help with that. I would defer to Representative Purcell as the chief author of the bill if she has any additions.
Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Well, on page 90 of the bill, it begins a series of definitions or criteria for public waters. There are 11 of them. If you're suggesting that list is going to be expanded, I think that's, again, doesn't deal in certainty with what farmers were hoping for. In my last comment, Mr. Speaker and Representative Hansen, you said that the farmers were asking for this. They were asking for certainty. Well, a new piece of language you've added to this bill, I think, takes that away. On page 91, line 8, talks about public waters are not determined exclusively by, and here is your new language, 91.12 and 13, not determined exclusively by their inclusion or exclusion in the public waters inventory. So I think we're back in the same boat. Whether or not it's on the map or not doesn't definitively define if it's a public water. So I think that new language is problematic. 91 lines 12 and 13, by saying the inclusion or exclusion does not necessarily mean it is or is not a public water. And I think that leads to, again, the uncertainty farmers were asking to have corrected with this. I don't think this language addresses that certainty. And because of that, I would support the motion to send this back to the conference committee. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, I rise in support of the Heitzman amendment not to confirm this report and return it. There's a few things that are problematic. Start with the nitrates. Now, I know my farmers. I was a farmer. Grew up on a dairy farm. And before we even talked about fertilizer or ordered any, we always had our soil tested. What does it need for what particular crop? Because in the agriculture business, you don't put any more fertilizer on the land that is absolutely needed. It's expensive. You don't want to waste it. You do not want it going into the water system. You want it to be used for the crops. So they only put it on the amount that's absolutely needed, and sometimes not even that because it's so expensive. Now, if you want to see where a lot of waste of nitrogen is, granted it's getting a lot less, it's harder to get, but you go in the city and watch everybody fertilizing their lawns. Per acre in the cities, on their yards, they do more fertilizer than the farmer does per acre in the field. And in the fields, it goes into the soil. Not much goes into the watershed because we have our buffers. Keeps it out of there. But in their yards, it goes in the street, down in the storm sewer, and into our rivers. Now, we also have a problem with the cover crop. All it would have taken is a couple words to fix it. When possible. That's all you had to have in there. I still live in the southern third of the central Minnesota. You don't get to central Minnesota, you get to Representative Heisman's district in Brainerd, which is the center of Minnesota. But even in my area, there's a lot of corn that is not harvested till after the snow is flying. The ground's frozen. You cannot put a cover crop in. It is not possible. But because those two words, when possible, not in the bill, the intent could be there, but that's not the word is. It's a violation. The farmer can get fined. There's a lot of times because of moisture issues of the corn, they need the frost and to let the corn dry in the fields because of fuel prices so high for drying. A lot of farmers wait till winter just because they can save money by not harvesting it so quick. We have some of the best farmers in the country. And our farmers are the best stewards of the land because they know that that is their lifeline, that is their blood. Without their land producing, they don't have anything. They take care of it. But now I'm going to talk about the process today. This conference committee met for the first time yesterday. I believe it was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday at 11 a.m. is when it was scheduled to meet. They had a 49-minute meeting and came out with a conference report. Oh, did I forget to mention that the agreement was done before the first meeting? So it was a compromise, as Representative Hansen said, a compromise between Representative Hansen and Senator Hurt. My guess is that Representative Purcell, Representative Finke, Representative Jordan, Representative Hansen on the committee were left out, along with Senator McEwen, Senator Morrison, Senator Bolden, Senator Nelson were left out. The public was left out, no transparency. Nobody was able from the public to come and testify as what was in the House or the Senate version that they liked or disliked or had problems with or how to fix things, like putting two simple words in, like when possible. This conference committee was a disgrace. That's not how we do things here. I've been in other conference committees where you have an opportunity that every member of that conference committee has an opportunity to do an amendment. But instead, they didn't have that. They had about a half hour to read an 82-page bill to try to figure out what was in it, let alone have an amendment drafted. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace to this body. That's why this needs to go back to have a proper conference committee, so possible amendments could be added, so it can be discussed, so the public has a say in what they have issues with or what they like. Over the past few years, this has gotten to be more and more common, and it needs to end. And the best way to end that is to send it back to conference committee now.
The member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Hansen yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen, regarding this change to the public water inventory issue, my first question is, where did the figure of $1 million come from, and what science was behind that choice of a very round, suspiciously round number?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Torkelson. As I responded earlier, it came from the Department of Natural Resources.
Representative Torkelson.
Mr. Speaker, will Representative Hansen yield for another question?
He will yield. Representative Torkelson.
So, Representative Hansen, I assume then there was a broad discussion in your committee about the process that would be involved by the DNR and how they would spend this money and exactly why $1 million was the magic number that they came up with. I'm sure that was done in a very public fashion, because I know that's the way you desire to work, because you've informed me of that process in the past.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Torkelson. When this bill went through committee, it was just updating the public, it was clarifying the definition of public waters. And as part of the compromise, we looked at updating the public waters inventory. So as the bill went through, it was updating the definition. And we heard input from multiple people about we needed to just, quote, do it. We needed to just update those maps. So the ask was to the Department of Natural Resources. They gave two responses, as I mentioned. One was to do a study of $75,000 to study it. And I think you know my response to that. And that was a response from many other folks as well. So then we said, how much will it cost? And to do it, and it was $8 million, $1 million a year. That's what we heard back from the executive branch, from the Department of Natural Resources.
Representative Torkelson.
Mr. Speaker, if Representative Hansen would yield for another question.
He will yield. Representative Torkelson.
Representative Hansen, I'll make it a two-part question. First, who was involved in this compromise? Who discussed this compromise? And again, how much time did the DNR have to give you this figure that is in this bill of $1 million per year? How much time did you allow for them to compute and use science to determine how much this process was going to cost?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Torkelson. That was about 24 hours, directly with the Commissioner of Natural Resources, Sarah Stroman.
Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So your claim is that in 24 hours, the DNR could accurately determine the cost of redetermining the entire public waters inventory for the entire state of Minnesota. That doesn't sound like compromise for me, Representative Hansen. It sounds like a shot in the dark. In fact, a shot in the dark of night. This has not had public input. If you had done this in committee, you could have heard from the experts that know how to do this work and gotten a much better idea of how it would be determined. Now to this language, if he would yield for another question, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry, I was talking.
Would Representative Hansen yield for another question?
He will yield. Representative Torkelson.
So the language in here dealing with inclusion and exclusion. So once DNR has gone through this multi-year process and determined which waters in the state of Minnesota are public waters, will that be a definitive inventory, or will there be continued, if somebody comes along and says, I think this over here looks like a public water, why isn't that on inventory? Does the landowner have any certainty that claims like that will be dismissed because the lands have not been determined to be public waters?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Torkelson, if you would look, the reference on 92.13 references actually the section right after that of existing law 103G.201, the public waters inventory, and the involvement of that, and then the commissioner must develop and implement the process. The intent was, quote, to get it done. So after the end of 8 years, the public waters inventory, which involves public input, as is, and the developing and implementing that process, as indicated on 93.38, you would have that public waters inventory.
Representative Torkelson.
If you would yield for another question, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Torkelson.
So, Representative Hansen, you did not answer my question. Once the inventory is done, someone comes out to my farm and looks at a stretch of water and says, I think that should be on the public waters inventory. Could I, as a landowner, say, well, the DNR has determined the public waters inventory and that was not selected, so therefore it's not public water. Is this inventory a final determination?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Torkelson, you've actually brought us back to the point where we are now, which is with litigation, where all this is determined by the courts, and by having the best science available, develop that inventory that should protect that inventory from false decisions or inaccurate information. So, at the end of 8 years, you should have a sound, defensible public waters inventory. As with current process, you could have somebody object to that and work their way through it. That's part of the 3 branches of government.
Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in other words, this public waters inventory is virtually worthless because someone can come out to my land and say, that should be on the public waters inventory, and we start the process all over again. Landowners are looking for certainty, Representative Hansen. They're not looking for uncertainty. This public waters inventory that we have was determined through a very public process, negotiated. I have no indication here that there's going to be that kind of negotiation as this moves forward. I would hope there would be. I would hope you would give landowners some certainty that once these determinations have been made, that they can go ahead and do their planning and with the knowledge that this has been determined, but it doesn't sound like that's available. Mr. Speaker, would the Representative Hansen yield for another question?
He will yield. Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm moving to another topic now, Representative Hansen. That is the land transfer to the Lower Sioux community, which happens to be in my district. The number apparently is approximately 127 acres, although the acres are not listed. I'm trying to figure out which lands are coming from DNR, which lands are coming from the Historical Society. I've talked to both of their lobbyists just in the last hour or so. They can't seem to have straight answers as to who owns what or where it's all coming from. Can you detail this out for me, Representative Hansen?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Torkelson. This transfer is a continuation of the cooperative work between the Lower Sioux Indian community and the Minnesota Historical Society going back to 2009. In 2017, the Minnesota legislature passed legislation authorizing that transfer of land from the Minnesota Historical Society to the Lower Sioux Indian community, approximately 120 acres. This passed with the support of area legislators and was completed in 2021. For this current transfer, the Minnesota Historical Society will retain land and buildings at this important site and will continue to preserve and share the important history of this site and region.
Representative Torkelson.
If you would yield for another question, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So there's no DNR land involved here?
Representative Hansen.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Torkelson, this is relating to the Historical Society land.
Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If he would yield for another question.
He will yield. Representative Torkelson.
Representative Hansen, are there any DNR acres being transferred to the Lower Sioux community in this bill?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the lands bill that originally went through the committee, it had the repealer relating to Upper Sioux. And then it also had the repealer relating to disestablishment of Hill Annex Park. So this provision is relating to Lower Sioux, and it's my understanding it relates to the Historical Society.
Representative Torkelson.
Well, I hope we're getting accurate information here, Representative Hansen. I don't think we are. I think there's both DNR and Historical Society land involved in these transfers. I'm not opposed to these transfers necessarily, but I sure would like to understand exactly what's happening. So would the citizens in my district. Rushing these things through without a proper hearing is bad behavior, Representative Hansen. These issues can be controversial. They can cause disputes between neighbors, between the Lower Sioux community and the people that own land around it. They should be done carefully and accurately, not, again, in a slipshod manner in the dark of night. I remember a few years ago when you stood there and accused us of doing work in the dark of night. At least we had, as I recall, a public sort of conference committee, not this behind closed doors where everything is decided, as far as I can tell, without even a side-by-side, and lots of additional provisions have been added at the last minute with no time given to actually vetting them, and making sure that interested parties have had a chance to express their opinions. You've preached to me many times about public input, how the public should be well informed. Let's make sure the public's involved. Well, if two people, one senator and one representative is the public, I've had a wrong conception of what you've been preaching all these years. I suggest this bill go. I support the motion.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. You know, I also stand, the potential $1 million a year over the next 7 years that's going to be driven towards certainty in this public waters inventory. What that tells me as a landowner in Minnesota is that the state is not nearly hungry enough, that we are likely to see huge increases in the potential for the gobbling up of land in rural Minnesota. We saw hundreds of thousands of acres get taken by the state of Minnesota through the Dayton Buffer Bill. And it's my fear that they're going after the leftovers now too. Millions of dollars a year to just make sure that we didn't miss anything. And let me remind you what they're thinking they're missing is other people's land. Land that they're paying taxes on, not the state. They're not reimbursing. Oh, they say, well, you could put it in some public program. Sure, the one that makes you put switchgrass in so it plugs up all the tile. Certainly. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Folks, the DNR is not a good neighbor. I can't tell you how many farmers and landowners who own land adjacent to the DNR suffer the consequences from their actions and their decisions. How many neighbors have I had that have a tile project that's gotten plugged up that ran through the neighbor's land, but now it's the DNR's land? The neighbor was friendly. You know who's not friendly? The DNR. They're not State Farm, I can tell you that. And here we're going to give them more power to consume what people own. Representative Torkelson, I appreciate your questions on the land transfer. Representative Torkelson said he's not necessarily against them. Well, I am. Folks, I believe the state should get rid of land. I believe it should sell it in an open, public process. And they should sell a lot of it in an open, public bidding process. I believe we should empower counties to have no net loss so that farm ground isn't continually taken out of production, so that the DNR or one of their affiliates bids against local landowners to the point that they can't afford it, using their own money against them in their own operations. This bill doesn't address that. Folks, we can do a lot better. You know, if you just look at the list of folks that are against this bill, when you think of environment, when you think of environmental policy, you think of agriculture. And group after group that are tied to the land in real production ways, the Minnesota corn growers, soybean growers, Biofuels Association, CropLife, and others, they're against this bill. They're like, why are we empowering folks that are so powerful already, giving them more money to potentially take more of our land, uncompensated, with an iron fist of St. Paul big government? Folks, it's easy when you look out west and you can see those red blinking lights of the wind turbines that you mandated out in rural Minnesota. It's easy to make decisions that affect folks that have to drive 3 or 4 hours to the metro to have their voice heard. I support the Hansen motion. We can do much better as a body when it comes to deliberation, when it comes to hearing voice for those that don't live within a stone's throw of the Capitol building, that maybe actually pick stones for a living. My kids do. My young Adeline sitting in the front row here. We pick rock. We tell them not to throw stones. Stop throwing stones at rural Minnesota. Support the Hansen motion.
Member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to appreciate the motion to not accept and adopt this conference committee report. You know, one of the big things inside the conference committee that I thought was lacking was our work on forestry in the state of Minnesota. I see in there that there's going to be a report to look into and do some work to see what our capacities are, but I'm sure for those members that don't represent Greater Minnesota or don't represent a part of the state with forests, the data is out there, and we are well aware that we are not working to the extent that we can be to have proper forest management and a vibrant forest industries. So I think what's really important, and one of the reasons we need to send this back and not adopt it, is because we need to expand the work we're doing there. I mean, we're spending money right now to do this report that we could be using to spend in other good places. We had a project in northern Minnesota that I've talked about a lot, probably will talk about for a long time, the Huber Woods project that we worked on bipartisanly as this legislature that unfortunately, due to political forces, didn't come to fruition. It would have been a $500 million investment in northern Minnesota and helped with forest management, provided good paying jobs for our loggers in the spinoff industries that they create. So I think the important thing when we talk about forestry is that we need to make sure that when we're talking about expanding seedlings and planting more trees, well, all of that's well and good, but if you don't have loggers to support that, then we're going to have further issues down the road. And I know I've talked about it on this House floor before, but we can plant all the trees in the world, we can expand forests, we can have old growth, we can do all of this, but none of it matters if we don't have a vibrant wood products industry. Because if that ceases to exist, then we're going to see things like we see in Canada, or we see in Colorado, or we see in California, where there's rampant forest fires because there's no one left to manage the forests. And that's a real deep concern of mine, and the way we're going. You know, when we talk about adding more rules and regulations or extended guidelines or delays in allowing, you know, mills and paper mills and wood mills to be able to process and do their jobs, that delays our loggers. And that makes it harder for them to stay in business. That makes it harder for them to pass on their family business to continue generations of really one of Minnesota's legacy industries. So when I was reading through the conference committee report, that was one of the things that I saw was lacking. I can appreciate the fact that we're going to be doing a study to see where all those things are at. But I guess I would encourage the fact that you talk to any logger in the state or forester, they're going to tell you right now that we're already not doing enough. And they're going to tell you that the answers we tried doing a few years ago, but when push came to shove, our governor was MIA and wasn't there to support our wood products industry expanding. And I think it's also really important to talk about, when we talk about wood products, it's more than just jobs and forest management. It is the core of this climate, of the climate change, renewable energy. If you want to have a lower carbon footprint, you want a vast wood products industry. I think I've knocked on these desks before, and these desks are a prime example of carbon capture, carbon sequestration. When we cut down trees and we build homes, we build wood products, we sequester the carbon that's in them so it's not in the atmosphere, and in their place more trees grow. In return, the ecosystem prospers. We have cleaner water, we have cleaner air. And we keep going down those lines then. When we make those things close to home, those wood products, we bring down the cost of housing. We bring down the cost of housing. We allow Minnesotans the ability to get in a home at a better price. And if they're able to do that, you give them more prosperity because they are able to afford more. So it just kind of goes on, and I think, and this all just stems, like I said, from one part of this bill, but it's a huge part of Minnesota's economy. And it's a huge part of Minnesota's future. So I really wish that, and Chair Hansen, I really wish I would have been on Environment again this year, because it was a pleasure to have these conversations inside committee, and I do miss it a lot. Because I do think a lot of the things that we sometimes debate on this House floor, we could be solving with a better forest products industry, a better wood products industry, a better forest industry, because it is a Minnesota legacy industry. So for that reason, I think we should be sending this back, and there is still time. We could go in there and do some edits in there to really support a legacy industry of Minnesota, support our forests, that support our people, that support the goals of both sides of this chamber. Thank you.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one quick correction for Representative Torkelson. If you will look on page 174, section 14, that describes the DNR portion. So it's a different portion, and it actually has the legal description. The DNR may convey the surplus land bordering public water that is described below. And it has the legal description there. So I don't know if you, on 174, section 14. Members, I would encourage a no vote on the refuse to adopt.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I close out this discussion on my motion, Representative Torkelson and Representative Johnson actually mentioned a few of the remaining concerns that I wanted to mention, and I'll just briefly highlight since they already touched on it. But this process, and Representative Hansen, you and I have been kind of pushing back and forth on this process, what we would like it to be, and what I remember you advocating for years ago, as opposed to what we saw just yesterday and through the last few days prior to that, or lack of what we saw. You know, I hope that we have an opportunity for us to potentially be in different positions, and maybe we'll revisit this conversation. But just so the members and the public are aware, this conference committee spent 49 minutes going through a bill that showed up less than an hour before we actually had a chance to go and do the walkthrough. It's very difficult to come up with any kind of a idea what's in the bill when you have less than an hour to actually look at it before the conference committee meets. And I don't know that there's anybody here today, I haven't heard it yet, thankfully, but if somebody did, we'd have quite a lot longer discussion, I think. I don't think there's anybody here today suggesting that that's a good process. That is a terrible process. I don't think it is something that anybody should be proud of. That's why we're having this discussion, quite honestly. And the comments about the dark of night, I think they absolutely apply. And the public is due a better opportunity to see their state representatives, their elected representatives going and participating at a level that at least gives them that assurance that we're working together, that there's going to be eyes from both sides looking at this stuff and coming together in some kind of an agreement. And in good conscience, I could not even sign the conference committee report, having had such a short time to actually review it. One of the other things I wanted to close with in this discussion is a number of the comments that I heard during that 49 minutes was sort of a backslapping discussion of the compromise that was reached, which has even been brought up here tonight. Compromise between who, where, when? I didn't get to be a part of that. I didn't see that happening. It certainly wasn't a discussion between Republicans and Democrats. It was a compromise amongst the trifecta, I guess. I mean, that's the only thing I can assume, because I didn't get to see anything other than what was there. And to see the discussion of, we've reached agreement, or that we've heard from stakeholders, quite honestly, I think that's disingenuous. I think that's discouraging to hear those kind of things, because it just didn't happen that way. And maybe if Minnesota has divided government again, we can make that claim. But quite honestly, I don't think that we can here tonight or during that 49 minutes. So I would ask again that members would send this back, and then we could maybe make that kind of a statement and have that kind of a conversation. The time's short, but we do have some hours left between now and the end of session, and we could discuss some adjustments that I think we could probably come to agreement on and have a bipartisan product, which we do not have tonight, nor do we have a process that we can be proud of. So I will finish my comments and leave it there in terms of my motion, and we'll have a discussion as to the bill going forward in the next few minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion on the refusal to adopt the conference committee report from House File 3911, all those in favor say aye. Wait, there was a roll call? I apologize. That was, 16 hours ago? The clerk will take the roll. Chief Clerk will call the members who are voting remotely.
Carroll.
There you go.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Newton.
Newton, no.
Newton, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 68 nays, the motion is not adopted. Moving on to adoption. Further discussion on adoption of Conference Committee Report, House File number 3911. The member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned earlier I have a couple more questions, and I will get to those, but I'm going to start with an example of some of the areas where I would have liked to have seen more of a robust discussion, and this boat wrap stewardship program is something that I wanted to specifically talk about right out of the gate, because this is something that behind the scenes there was a number of opportunities I think that were missed to really do something with this that could help assist bring a program forward that would deal with a real issue. And it's something that is an emerging issue of sorts. It wasn't that long ago that if you're going to store your boat, that wasn't going to happen the way that you see so often today with the technology, the products available that allow you to wrap a boat and store it in the outdoors nearly as protected as it might be under a huge roof under cover. And you see a lot of owners, a lot of boat owners are utilizing this all the way from, the Canadian border up in the Roseau area, all the way down south Minnesota to the Iowa border and everywhere in between. The idea, though, this particular provision being added and being rolled out statewide, I think that we're going to see some problems. I think that we're going to see some challenges as manufacturers are further forced to comply with new regulation, new rules, and new expectations. Setting up some kind of a process statewide, locations statewide, so that all of the marinas and boat owners around the state can access this disposal process. I think that's a noble goal. It's something that we should be working towards, but trying to force that process without any kind of a pilot product or private pilot program is really going to be, I think, challenging. And I recall a number of times through the years where we've heard prognostications or a number of people predicting one thing or another, and I predict we're going to have some serious problems with this. And a lot of others actually came and suggested that they would like to see something along the lines of a pilot so that we could make sure that we understand how this is going to be rolled out and how it can be implemented in a way that homeowners, boat owners more specifically, and marinas and other places can access the sites to drop off boat wrap, and it's tons of material. I think it's a great idea, and we have to move forward with this, but not having some kind of a starting point that gives us room to grow, I think is a disappointment, and that's an area where we could have, I think, worked together to address this issue and move forward and be more effective. Another area where I think we're going to have some problems is increases in fines and fees. One fee or fine specifically that I believe is really going to be a challenge to deal with, and maybe even we need to question the value of it, be for Bowser to be imposing fees which previously were set at $500 for non-compliance on buffer violations to $10,000. We have nearly 100% compliance. It's not there yet, that's true, but most of the folks that are dealing with buffers are nearly there. And when we have to apparently make those kinds of fee increases in this bill, I'm really concerned that we're using, again, a much bigger stick than necessary, as opposed to continuing to give Bowser that lane that more often than not they find a successful balance with relationships as opposed to threats. And that's unfortunately another provision in this bill that I just cannot support. will not be supporting the bill tonight, although I would like to, considering a number of the provisions that we've discussed through the evening that I do appreciate. There's some other subject areas where I'm just not quite clear, on how or why certain language has been added that's new that I've never had an opportunity to hear come through committee, and that would be like, for example, the repeal of county approval requirement for S&A additions. That's new. Maybe Representative Hansen could speak to that in his comments as we wrap up this conference committee report. But those are some things and some examples, unfortunately, that are going to cause me to ask members to not allow this bill to move forward. I have quite a long list of other questions relative to what was changed in the conference committee process. And we could go through those tonight, but I'm frustrated that we're not going to get the answers that we want. And watching, Representative Torkelson, as you work to try and get some of those questions answered, that wasn't really getting the results that we had hoped for. So I'm gonna wrap there my comments, but I will not be supporting this bill tonight.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wasn't sure I was going to speak on this, but I'll speak briefly. As Representative Heinzman mentioned, my part of the bill, the boat shrink wrap plastic. A few points. It's probably over 6 million pounds of plastic that we're using annually on this. There is a ramp up built into the program, and there was a pilot program of this last spring, and we learned from that pilot program. I also want to say to thank my constituent, Jim Nicholson, who brought this idea to me, and several marina owners that helped me with it. And just last week, I met with 4 high school students from Minnetonka Vantage program that are doing a project on this and have surveyed boat owners and talked about it, and they did a great job. So I want to thank Liam and Drew and Connor and Celia. So please vote yes.
Hey, Tim. Yeah, good. All right, so there being no further discussion. Oh, I apologize. Representative Robbins, member from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to speak long. I just have a quick question for Chair Hansen, if you wouldn't mind. During the discussions about this bill, I've been working on it, and I'd raised it when it was on the floor earlier about the PFAS removal report that is in this bill. And I know there have been some changes and work on it, and I really appreciate that. So I just wanted to clarify if the study that is required in the bill will include or exclude products that were exempted last year from the PFAS prohibition. If Chair Hansen would yield, sorry.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Robbins. They would be included in the study, but I want to follow up on there's a provision in here relating to both the lead and cadmium and the PFAS to be having kind of a waiting period with no enforcement so that there's the opportunity for exclusion of some of those products in the programs. I don't know. I can show you that section when I find it.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that answer, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I thought I saw the section from page 60. But if your understanding of that language is that both water-soluble and non-water-soluble are going to be required in the report, then I guess that's my answer. Is the study information on page 60 what you are also referring to? Mr. Chair, if Chair Hansen would yield.
He will yield. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Robbins. If you'd look on 62.3, the report must include recommendations. Consider options for the report submitted by the PFAS Manufacturers Fee Work Group, last year's bill. The recommendation of the report must be specific and actionable and not include recommendations for further reports or studies. It has the municipal wastewater, if you look at the lines above that, and then the influent waters for municipal wastewater facilities, and then the strategy for require companies that manufacture, use, or release PFAS.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that is the section. I must be looking at an older version because mine's on page 60, but I appreciate that. And I would say I really appreciate your work on this, and I just hope that we will continue to focus on the real issue, which is the drinking water and the public water sources, and that would continue to be the focus of the study. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion on the adoption of the Conference Committee report for House File 3911. Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If Representative Hansen would yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Torkelson.
Thank you. Apparently there's some language in this bill, I haven't been able to find it myself, but I'm sure you can find it quickly, Representative Hansen, that allows MPCA to revoke a permit when there is evidence of bad acting, such as falsifying records, operating without permits, or other chronic permit violations. Can you point to that language in the bill?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Torkelson, that's the section that Representative Heinzman and I were talking about. I don't know if you were on the floor during that. It related to the emergency powers, and I think that was one of those where we were having different pages. I think some of you may have the DE versus the chronic, or the conference committee report. So if we can just find that here. Look on page 30. Page 30 of the conference committee report rather than the DE. And 31. That's not the section.
Mr. Speaker, that's okay.
Representative Torkelson.
I realize Representative Hansen hasn't had much time to get familiar with the bill, so I wouldn't expect him to find things on short notice. My question, if he will yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Torkelson.
So, Representative Hansen, what if MPCA is the bad actor?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Torkelson, the section you're looking at is on page 49 under emergency powers. And then it provides the commissioner may exercise authority when the commissioner has evidence of any following. And then it provides falsification of records, history of noncompliance, chronic and substantial permit violations. So to your question of what if the PCA is the violator? As you know, we have the process of the Office of Legislative Auditor, who has subpoena power, has the ability to work for the people of Minnesota, to investigate the agencies, provides for anonymity for complaints as well. So the process would be that if you had the agency that was having evidence of any of the, if conducted any of those activities, and there is evidence, then the mechanism would be, as it is for many things, the Office of Legislative Auditor.
Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hansen. It just seems like it's a lot easier for PCA to come down on our citizens than it is for our citizens to defend themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on the adoption of Conference Committee report, House File number 3911. There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion to adopt Conference Committee report on House File 3911 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, House File number 3911, as amended by conference.
Third reading as amended by conference. Discussion. The member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad we have had this opportunity to talk a little bit more about the conference committee and its, I would argue, lack of transparency and process. We did go through already quite a lot of what's in and out in the bill, and some of the things we would have liked to have seen, the opportunities that I think that we have missed. I hope that the programs that are introduced where we have got some questions, I hope that they turn out as they are promised to the people of Minnesota. I hope that that the trees are planted, so on, and the protections accomplish the goals of the bill authors. That being said, I'm not sure that those things are going to happen the way that they've been suggested that they will. And that is, of course, due in some part to all of the closed-door discussions and the closed-door negotiations between the trifecta. Hopefully, going forward, we see a different process. And I would be happy to pilot that, considering what has been going and considered to be proper in the last few years. I'm going to leave it there tonight. Thank you, members, for the discussion, and look forward to a vote on this bill.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Heinzman and members of the Minnesota House for a great debate. Representative Heinzman, I look forward to planting trees with you. I think we can do that together. Today is a good day to plant trees, and I'd ask for a green vote on this conference committee report.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Newton.
Newton, aye.
Newton, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 56 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to.